Chapter 6:29. Divine Artifact Origin. A divine artifact origin that could be used by the Grand Supreme Elder was definitely not an ordinary divine artifact. The demon spear was related to the demon ancestor, so it was definitely a 9th grade sage treasure. The rest of the immortal and divine artifacts were probably the same. The two brothers looked excited as they looked at the huge figure and the Samadhi divine fire below. Other than forging this huge figure, the Samadhi divine fire was also forging the divine weapon origin. Jiang Changkong also looked at the Samadhi divine fire. Is it inside the divine fire? That should be the case. However, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take the divine weapon away, Immortal King Jiang. The two of them didn't move recklessly. They looked at the huge figure with vigilance. This was the creation of the Grand Supreme Elder and the other immortals, and its strength far exceeded the other experimental products. Only Jiang Changkong could contend with something that surpassed an extreme god king. Jiang Changkong walked towards the fire pit below the huge figure. The Samadhi divine fire emitted a misty light. The divine flame's light covered the fire pit, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The demon ancestor immortal occupation and demon emperor immortal occupation in Jiang Changkong's body started to vibrate at the same time. Buzz! An extremely powerful aura spread out from the pit of fire. Boundless, destructive qi swept over. There was also a terrifying suppressive force. The surrounding time and space seemed to have stopped. The innate divine runes in Jiang Changkong's body shone and blocked the two attacks. An extremely destructive aura filled Jiang Changkong's mind as an uncontrollable killing intent rose in his body. It was as if he had to destroy everything in his path in order to feel satisfied. He could not help but want to vent the energy in his body. The power of suppression followed closely behind. However, it did not suppress the aura of destruction. Instead, it suppressed the divine power within his body. The innate divine rune vibrated intensely, clashing with the two forces. However, the difference in quality wasn't something an incomplete innate divine rune could contend against. Immortal King River. Sun Li and Zhang Xian did not get close, but seeing that the situation was not right, they could not help but worry. As soon as Jiang Changkong walked over, his body exuded a terrifying black aura. A destructive aura wrapped around Jiang Changkong, preventing the two god kings from approaching. The suppressive force spread out, making the two of them feel a terrifying threat. It was an aura of fear that could not be shaken or moved a single step. Buzz! The two immortal rolls in his body trembled at the same time. The demonic ancestor immortal office absorbed the aura of destruction. A black fragment the size of a palm flew out and entered his body, floating together with the demonic ancestor immortal office. The demonic emperor immortal occupation absorbed the power of suppression. Similarly, a palm-sized golden fragment entered his body. The two forces were restrained and stayed quietly in Jiang Changkong's body. The heavenly Tao fragment floated above them, suppressing everything. There should be more than these two fragments in this fire pit. Jiang Changkong pondered in his heart. However, he immediately sensed a surge of godly aura following behind him. A broken fragment flew toward Sun Qing and entered his body. Another fragment that emitted a dense, baleful aura entered Sun Li's body. The two of them sensed the power in their bodies and said, excitedly, "It's too powerful. This divine artifact's origin energy actually increased our strength greatly." Jiang Changkong looked back and saw that Sun Qing had reached the late stage of the immortal king realm. Sun Li's strength had also increased. Although he had not reached his limit yet, he was not far from it. Could it be that there were no benefits for him? Jiang Changkong sighed softly. He actually had the life of a worker. Divine King Jiang, you also obtained a lot of benefits, right? The two of them walked over while laughing. What do you think? Jiang Changkong sighed. The two of them thought that he had obtained benefits and did not want to say more. They continued to look at the fire pit. What else is in there? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Are you not afraid now? The treasures we obtained have the aura of treasures. This place should not attack us anymore. After saying that, Sun Qing took out the purple gold red gourd and absorbed the samadhi divine fire in the fire pit. However, the flames in the fire pit seemed to be endless. No matter how much the gourd absorbed, it did not decrease. I'll go down and take a look myself. Jiang Changkong's eyes flickered as he jumped into the fire pit. It was not that he was unwilling to not obtain the treasures he needed, but he wanted to see the situation inside. It was not difficult to guess what the old Supreme Elder and the other immortals wanted to form a divine artifact together. If they wanted to create a Pangu, they definitely needed a weapon. Pangu axe. Pangu axe, also known as the heaven-splitting axe, was used by Pangu to create the heavens. Jiang Changkong wanted to see if there was a complete Pangu axe here. A defective one would be fine too. The two of them also followed with the purple gold red gourd. Inside the fire pit, there was a whole other world. A huge space was filled with samadhi divine fire. Many ancient species floated in the flames. These were all the experimental products of the ancient immortals. On the walls of the space, there were dense immortal characters. Sunly red, they first strengthened various species and forged an indestructible body. Then they reversed the postnatal process and became Khanate. Only the Khanate divine body could withstand the next step of their research until it turned into chaos. Unfortunately, they all failed. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Not all of them failed. Some succeeded, but they were not as strong as they imagined. After that, they used the bloodlines of the three races to forcefully fuse and strengthen the strength of the creation. Sun Li continued to read. At the end, he was suddenly stunned. There is information about a treasure? Treasure. Jiang Changkong looked over. He had already digested the information in the immortal characters. These immortal characters recorded a treasure, which was related to the ancient immortals' treasures. When the ancient immortals left, they did not take everything with them. There were still many things left in the immortal realm. For example, if they wanted to find the complete divine artifact fragments, they had to go to the place where the treasure was. And this treasure was not in the heaven realm, nor in the immortal realm. It was floating in space. The treasure could appear anywhere, or it could never appear. Unless a saint found it by force, they could only use the origin of the divine artifact to summon it. However, the origin of the divine artifact was far from enough. Everywhere in the immortal realm, the divine planets in the heaven realm could hide more divine artifact origins. It seems that we only got one of them. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The method to open the treasure is a secret. Sun Qing stared at the content at the back. It was only a part of the method to open the treasure. After you read it, destroy this place, Sun Li said in a deep voice. Jiang Changkong nodded. They were worried that if someone came here again, they would definitely attack them. As long as they grasped the method to open the treasure, even if it was only an incomplete part, those who moved the treasure would not dare to kill them. Jiang Changkong memorized this information and pondered in his heart. Did the demon ancestor want him to bring back the complete divine artifact or this fragment? If it was only a fragment, he had already done it. If it was a complete divine artifact, he felt that the demon ancestor could go to hell. He continued to read. In the end, the Pangu axe was not formed. It was impossible to fuse the Pangu axe into a divine artifact. The heavenly Tao would not allow the Pangu axe to appear again. Jiang Changkong pondered. Was this the reason for the collapse of the heavenly Tao? To prevent the Pangu axe from appearing, they joined forces to become the heavenly Tao? Let's do it. Let's use the divine artifact together and destroy this place. After reading the information, Sun Li's body released a monstrous, murderous aura, and Sun Qing's body bloomed with resplendent golden light. The two looked at Jiang Changkong. Divine King Jiang, I got it. It's disobedient. Jiang Changkong said awkwardly. The two? There was still disobedient? Then how did you get it? Chapter 630. Monstrous, baleful aura gathered together and bombarded the wall. Golden light shone as sword light slashed down, augmenting the killing intent and killing intent. Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power followed closely behind. He could not use the divine artifact fragment, so he could only rely on his own strength. Rumble. Their attacks instantly broke the wall and destroyed the treasure's opening method. Chaos divine power rushed in and completely destroyed the wall. Golden light shone inside. The three were shocked at the same time. They did not expect there to be something behind the wall. Jiang Changkong's face lit up. It was immortal stone powder. Immortal stone powder, the quality is very high. The two hurriedly took action and collected the immortal stone powder. Jiang Changkong's speed was faster, and he collected even more. The space behind the wall was full of immortal stone powder. There were about 2 million essence, energy, and spirit. He collected 2 million, and the rest belonged to them. After collecting these things, the three left the fire pit. Let's go, there's nothing here, the two said. Jiang Changkong left with the two. The purple gold gourd was thrown down and landed in the world of fire. The two jumped down first. The huge figure suddenly split open, and a tattered piece of cloth directly entered Jiang Changkong's body. Jiang Changkong straightened his body slightly and saw an ancient divine axe engraved on the cloth. Divine King Jiang, it's time to go, Sun Li's voice sounded. I'm coming. Jiang Changkong turned into light and landed. The three rode the purple gold red gourd and returned the way they came. On the way back, they did not encounter any more attacks, and those test subjects did not appear again. That group of people is probably waiting at the entrance, Sun Li said lightly. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. It's okay, we can take them down. Sun Li nodded. He had just obtained the treasure and was very confident. Even if it was an ultimate divine king, he was confident that he could win. When they came to the spatial passage again, there was no one. Those people could not pass the Samadhi True Fire and could only retreat. Even if they passed without an expert, like Jiang Changkong, they could not pass those test subjects. The three walked out of the spatial rift, and endless divine power blasted over. Everyone, aren't you a little too impatient? Jiang Changkong said calmly and waved his hand to wipe away the divine power. Hand over your spoils, and I can spare your lives. Heavenly Court's Golden River Immortal King said coldly. The other three forces didn't say anything, but their bodies were full of divine might, showing their determination. The four forces had joined hands. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Jiang Changkong took a step forward, exuding boundless divine might. The divine might was like a prison, like a supreme divine mountain, pressing down on their hearts. With his hands behind his back, a heavenly book materialized. Heavenly God of Justice, Jiang Changkong, the divine court profound wind divine monarch said in a cold voice, You should belong to the divine court now. Heavenly Court's Golden River Immortal King said coldly, Jiang Changkong, submitting to Heavenly Court is your only choice. Immortal Court's desolate Immortal King smiled faintly. If Justice God King is willing to join the Immortal Court, I am willing to protect you. Aoin Laiha's gaze was gloomy and overflowing with killing intent. Aoin Mingi died in your hands. You guys really talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, and his chaotic divine power surged out. It's not up to you to decide where I belong. As for the Heavenly Court, I was able to leave back then. What can you do to me now? He took a step forward, exuding boundless divine might. The four peak divine monarchs were sent flying at the same time. The other divine lords were even more miserable. Some directly turned into ashes. Some of their cultivations dropped rapidly. Some are slightly better, only heavily injured. Jiang Changkong's pace was slow, but it carried a trace of a mysterious aura. With every step he took, his divine might increased a bit. The immortal formation inside the giant wolf's body erupted with boundless azure light. However, the azure light was immediately extinguished as soon as it erupted. Sun Li and Sun Qing were both shocked. Previously, when they faced the test subject, they already knew that Jiang Changkong was powerful. But after obtaining the treasure, they still had a trace of confidence that they could take him on. But now, it seemed that even if they joined forces and used the divine weapon, they would not be able to defeat Jiang Changkong. He took a step forward. The 4 celestial kings could not resist at all. Blood splattered, and Aoyin Lai River's body cracked. "If I can kill Aoyin Mingi, I can also kill you," Jiang Changkong said calmly, and Aoyin Lai River directly exploded and turned into ashes. "Jiang Changkong, you really are lawless, offending us at the same time. There is no place for you to live in this world." Desolate, immortal king roared in anger. The other 2 celestial kings and divine monarchs also roared crazily. Jiang Changkong had already gone crazy. Not only did he offend the heavenly court, he even dared to attack the divine palace divine monarch who took him in. He did not show any mercy to the celestial court's desolate immortal king. This was offending the entire celestial world. "This is the land of exile," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "It has already been exiled. Where is there a place for us to stay?" The so-called ancient heavenly world had endless resources, but it was just a land of exile. It exiled all dangerous celestial gods so that they could perfectly rule the celestial world. Maybe the divine palace did not have the intention of exiling him, but it was definitely possible. Ji Chang, and did not tell him anything and let him do whatever he wanted. This was also a form of exile, and his death had nothing to do with the divine palace. Since it had nothing to do with him, then there was no need to be polite. Hung Long Long. Under the endless divine power, celestial kings and divine monarchs died. No matter how they roared, they could not survive. After searching his soul with divine power, Jiang Changkong suddenly frowned. He looked at the corpse of Heavenly Court's Golden River immortal king, and his expression darkened. Sun Li and divine monarch saw that his expression was not right and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "That cauldron belongs to the Heavenly Court." Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. They found that place, but they did not know that it led to this place, so they used Tashita Palace as a trap to lure celestial gods in and refine them into golden cores. Sun Li and divine monarch were silent, and their expressions were very calm. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. "Don't you feel anything?" "Not angry." "I'm used to it." Sun Li sighed softly. "This is too normal. There is a saying that out of 10 ruins, 9 are fake for our alchemy and 5 are imparting techniques." Jiang Changkong, "All right, it seems like I don't know." "I understand alchemy, but what does imparting techniques mean?" Jiang Changkong asked. "The illusion makes you think that you have obtained the inheritance, but in fact you have already fallen into the trap and unknowingly handed over your resources." Sun Li sighed and said, "The 4 factions have been thinking of ways to kill celestial gods or obtain our resources for so many years. Let's go straight to that cauldron." Jiang Changkong sighed softly. The harvest this time was not good, and there were only 850,000. Let's see what they have later. There were already more than 6,900,000. Let's go to the guy outside the cauldron and count the resources. The 3 of them stepped into the spatial tunnel and returned to where the cauldron was. Now, with the divine weapon and Jiang Changkong's strength, they were confident that they could break the cauldron and get out. As for going to other places through the spatial tunnel here, it was very likely that they would directly enter the 4 factions. It would not be good if they were suppressed. The 3 of them entered the cauldron, and it was still in the corner where the Samadhi divine fire could not burn. "Divine King Jiang, I'll lend you this fragment." Sun Li took out a fragment that looked like a fragment from a sword. The murderous aura made Jiang Changkong's heart tremble. Chapter 631. With Sun Li's consent, Jiang Changkong could use this fragment. This was also the reason why he took it out without worry. He wasn't afraid that Jiang Changkong wouldn't return it to him. If Jiang Changkong wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't be able to keep it. Jiang Changkong pinched the fragment with 2 fingers and poured chaos divine power into it. The strip of cloth in his body trembled slightly, wanting to come out. With a thought from Jiang Changkong, the strip of cloth settled down. It was very obedient. This was his treasure. The demon ancestor and the demon emperor were 2 stingy fellows. They didn't even let him borrow something when he helped them find it. A pure killing, intent sword energy appeared, and a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Endless corpses and all kinds of blood seemed real. Even Sun Li, the owner, found it a little difficult to bear the terrifying sword energy. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the alchemy furnace shook violently. Outside, the old man's expression changed drastically. "What's wrong with this? You're making too much noise when refining pills," the young immortal king said. Pucci! Blood splattered, and the old man's face turned green. "The thing inside is attacking the alchemy furnace. Didn't you say that it was melted? How long has it been?" The young immortal king was stunned. It was attacking the alchemy furnace? Don't tell me that the thing inside the alchemy furnace can still be hit out? After so long, even a peak god king should have been turned into pure medicinal liquid by the Samadhi divine fire. Ugh! As soon as the old man opened his mouth, he spat out another mouthful of blood. A terrifying killing intent came out from the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace that contained the god emperor materials actually had a crack appear at this moment. The scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood spread out, enveloping the 2 of them. Boom! The alchemy furnace shook again. The terrifying sword energy split the alchemy furnace, and a palm-wide crack appeared. 3 divine lights flew out from the crack and surrounded the 2 of them. So it's an old acquaintance. This king was wondering who was scheming against this king. Jiang Changkong held the heavenly book of justice in his hand. He had already returned the divine sword fragment to Sun Li. "Jiang Changkong?" The old man's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "How could it be you?" He hadn't noticed Jiang Changkong when he pushed him in, but he didn't expect it to be Jiang Changkong who had already fled to the divine court. This old man was the alchemist of a holy land from the heavenly court, a peak god king. "This king pronounces you a death sentence." Jiang Changkong tossed out his hand, and the heavens will unfurled. He looked at the other god king and said, "You too." How arrogant. This king would like to see just how strong you are now. With a furious roar, the old man raised his palm, and a golden sword light slashed toward Jiang Changkong. "How long has it been? You're still the same. This king is ashamed of you," Jiang Changkong said in disdain. He pointed out with a finger, and the sword light dissipated. The old man had a look of shock on his face as he turned to flee. The young immortal king beside him similarly didn't dare to stay behind. "If I let you escape, I will regret it." Jiang Changkong's palm descended, directly enveloping the 2 god kings. Sun Li and the other one just watched. They didn't need to do anything. With 2 shrill screams, the 2 immortal kings dissipated, and the items were kept by Jiang Changkong. "This alchemy cauldron, this king will accept it." Jiang Changkong looked at the 2. Sun Li nodded and said, "Divine King Jiang, now that the matter is settled, we will take our leave first." "Please." Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and said, "After taking the alchemy cauldron, the 3 turned into light and left this planet. The heavenly court would definitely sense the death of these 2 after finding a random divine planet." Jiang Changkong sank into his body and started to count the resources. There were quite a lot of grade 6 resources, including some top-grade grade 6 resources. Top-grade grade 6 immortal stones, 800. High-grade, 1,500. Medium-grade, 3,000. Low grade, only 1,000. Top grade, grade 5 immortal stones, 30,000. High grade, 40,000. Medium grade, 60,000. Low grade, none. 6th grade golden core. Top grade, grade 5. Essence, spirit, and energy, 507 million. It was less than he expected. Previously, the peak god kings could obtain more than 1 million. This time there were 6 peak god kings and some early-stage god kings and divine lords, but they only obtained this much. He already had 12 million. He should improve his mystic art first. Sun Yuan still had one. 26 million, so he couldn't run away. He just didn't know when his secondary body would arrive. After improving his mystic art and stepping into the peak god king realm, the connate aura in Jiang Changkong's body became much thicker. His connate aura, which was already half complete, grew again. Jiang Changkong's primal chaos law started to shrink, emitting an even more profound aura. The connate divine pattern was also more complete, and it wasn't far from the day when it would be completed. The divine power in his body surged, becoming several times stronger than before. If he were to face a God Emperor level treasure again, he would be able to block it easily without activating his chaotic golden body. He sensed that Sun Yuan had already left the divine court and returned to the land ruled by the heavenly court. His divine power incarnation was hidden in his body. The heavenly Tao fragment strengthened Jiang Changkong again, and his cultivation level stabilized. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal king, god king, 6th revolution mystic art, complete, 1/24. 3 million postnatal chaotic Tao body, Desheng 1/8. 1 million golden crow immortal scripture, Desheng 3037, 500/3, 037, 500 essence, energy spirit, 4087320 buzz. His jade token lit up, and Ji Chang'an's voice sounded. Divine King of Justice, you're not being fair. I brought you to the ancient heavenly realm to search for treasures, but you killed the Divine King of the Divine Court. It was your Divine King who attacked first. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't retaliate. Sigh. Ji Chang'an sighed. Divine King of Justice, I hope you remember that you won't do anything you want outside the Holy Land. I once said that as long as you don't offend me, I hope Wu Zixing will remember that. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang'an smiled. Thank you for showing mercy, Divine King. The Heavenly Court's people are already preparing to attack you. Will the Divine Court's people attack? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Chang'an said, No, but you have to be careful. Other than the Heavenly Court, the Fey Court's people will also attack. That demon master? Jiang Changkong snorted. That demon master was just here to give him resources. That's right. I heard that the demon master has a divine artifact that can suppress you. I'm already being very sincere by telling you so much, Ji Chang'an said in a deep voice. I'll say it again. If the Divine Court doesn't offend me, I won't attack them. The Divine Court found the ruins first, and I won't attack them either. Is this sincerity enough? Jiang Changkong thought about it and replied. Ji Chang'an was still not satisfied. The Divine Court's people won't make things difficult for you, but you can't ruin their business, even if it's evil. Sure, Jiang Changkong said. Evil. 9 out of 10 ruins were fake, for refining pills, and the other 5 were imparting skills. The Divine Court's people were clearly involved. They had done it more than once, and they were still doing it. Jiang Changkong couldn't change anything now. Even his holy land was in danger of being destroyed at any time. He could only improve himself and clean up the celestial world when he was strong enough. After leaving the planet, Jiang Changkong walked in the endless void. All the divine planets shone with divine light, illuminating the nearby void. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and flew into the depths. The depths were rarely explored. Although it was full of danger, it was the most active place for itinerant cultivators and immortals. They had nowhere to go, so they could only go deeper and find a place to live. Chapter 632. Jiang Changkong flew at full speed, distancing himself from the four major factions. Boom! The void in front of him shook as immortal array patterns activated and divine power blocked his way. Jiang Changkong raised his palm and suppressed all the divine power. The immortal array patterns were suppressed. There were many immortal arrays between these divine planets. It was not easy to travel. Jiang Changkong did not dare to say that he could go anywhere he wanted in a chaotic and dangerous place. After suppressing the immortal array, Jiang Changkong continued on his way, but his speed slowed down. Immortal array runes were hidden in the void. Boom! No matter how careful Jiang Changkong was, he still triggered the immortal array. The heavenly realm really had nothing better to do back then. They set up arrays everywhere. Jiang Changkong muttered. He destroyed the immortal array's divine might and moved forward quickly. He kept stopping and activating immortal arrays. In 2 days, Jiang Changkong only crossed hundreds of stars. Suddenly, a divine light appeared in front of him. A huge chaotic air current surged over like a river. Chaotic aura. Jiang Changkong was about to dodge when he saw a palm-sized stone in the chaotic air current. Chaos Divine Stone. This was a precious material. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was enough to make God Kings go crazy and fight for it. Even God Emperors loved materials like Chaos Divine Stones. Once they appeared, almost all of them were snatched away by the four major factions. Only a small portion was obtained by itinerant cultivator factions. Boom! While Jiang Changkong was in a daze, the chaotic air current had already arrived. A trace of air current landed on his body. Jiang Changkong felt a slight pain. Immediately after, the 6 Revolutions mystic art rapidly refined the chaotic air current into chaos divine power. This, a trace of special aura, was forced out of his body. This was the aura of divine power. Could it be that a certain immortal had died not long ago? The Chaos Divine Stone was also rapidly approaching. Jiang Changkong did not hesitate anymore. He entered the chaotic air current and grabbed the Chaos Divine Stone. Rumble! A large amount of chaotic air current directly engulfed Jiang Changkong. The 6 Revolutions mysterious art was running at full speed, refining the chaotic airflow. Jiang Changkong felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him. Fortunately, the green light in his body circulated, relieving him of the pressure and allowing him to rush out of the chaotic currents. Without him as an obstacle, the chaotic currents continued to move forward. The primal chaos divine stone in his hand was extremely hard. Jiang Changkong gave it a try, but even with his full strength, he was unable to crush it. The primal chaos divine stone is indeed unique. Jiang Changkong accepted the chaos divine stone. If he wanted to forge a weapon with the Chaos Divine Stone, he would have to think of another way. He wondered if the strip of cloth in his body could shatter the primal Chaos Godstone. As for the Demon Ancestor and the Demon Emperor Immortal Occupation, he did not expect them to have divine artifacts that could sense them. These two only listened to the heavenly Tao. When he found a place to rest, he took out the cloth strip and tried it. After flying for another day, Jiang Changkong stopped. A mysterious grand array appeared in front of him. The divine artifact fragment in his body that could sense the Demon Emperor Immortal Occupation started to vibrate at this moment. Was it another fragment, another treasure, or was there a demon here? Rumble! The surrounding divine stars vibrated and shot out beams of divine light. The immortal array patterns in the void shone brightly. The scenery nearby changed. Countless stars appeared, and another starry sky formed. Jiang Changkong frowned, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Cycle Star Array. It's not the Heavenly Court that has the Heavenly Cycle Star Array. A cold voice sounded, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the starry sky. A young god king with a gloomy expression appeared. His demonic aura was like an ocean, and he carried a strange long sword on his back that emitted an evil aura. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. Demon Master Kuan-Yu? Yourself? He really couldn't figure out where Kuan-Yu got the courage to look for him alone. I'm enough to kill you, Kuan-Yu said coldly and arrogantly. He did not panic at all. Previously, I was injured and expended a lot of energy, which allowed you to take advantage of me. Jiang Changkong. Very good. You're very confident. You really have that palace with you. You sensed something was wrong because of the palace, right? Kuan-Yu's eyes shone with greed. He had to get that palace. Bring someone with me? How is that possible? How can I let others know about such an important matter? What if they spread the news? What will happen to me? Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. You're still thinking about the palace? That's fake. Smart demon master, can you not be so retarded? However, the divine artifact fragment on me is really related to the demon race. Is this considered a lucky hit? I admire your confidence. Jiang Changkong's gaze landed on the sword. Did this sword give you the courage? Kuan-Yu slowly pulled out the evil divine sword. Jiang Changkong's expression changed instantly. Countless vengeful souls were hidden in the divine sword, and they seemed to be wailing beside his ears. Those were miserable wails that could not be freed. The vengeful souls of humans were howling. Streaks of bloodlight were like human hands that kept crawling out, but they could not break free and escape the imprisonment. The sword was sealed with billions of vengeful souls of the human race. It glowed with blood, and on the body of the sword were humans with twisted faces. Are you afraid after seeing this sword? Kuan-Yu saw that Jiang Changkong's expression was not right. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. Jiang Changkong, your end is here. The evil divine sword waved, and a star fell from above his head. It carried the power of the countless vengeful souls and came for his life. Jiang Changkong raised his left palm, and chaos divine power shattered the star. He looked coldly at Kuan-Yu. Where did this sword come from? How can you understand the demon race's foundation? Kuan-Yu said proudly. This sword is called sorcerer slaying. It is aimed at you, the last of the sorcerer race. Countless stars fell, and every one of them was the attack of an ultimate god king. If it were in the past, Jiang Changkong might have found it troublesome, but now it was not enough. With a flick of his finger, chaos divine power flew out. It went from weak to monstrous and directly swallowed the stars. Jiang Changkong struggled. This is a fated battle. The sorcerer race should have been destroyed long ago. Let me use this wu-slaying sword to completely destroy the sorcerer race. Kuan-Yu commanded the stars in the sky. The wu-slaying sword shone with a demonic light like a blood-colored rose. Fated? Are you worthy? Jiang Changkong snorted. Facing Kuan-Yu with the wu-slaying sword, he could only punch. He was not a true sorcerer. He was a human through and through, a human who had cultivated Panga's cultivation technique. The wu-slaying sword was useful against the sorcerer race, but not him. Boom! The tyrannical punch sent Kuan-Yu flying backward, smashing through several stars. The wu-slaying sword buzzed and whimpered. The evil light on the sword dimmed a little. Boom! The stars exploded. Kuan-Yu shot into the sky and transformed into the golden crow. The wu-slaying sword floated above his head. His cold eyes looked down at Jiang Changkong, full of coldness and shock. How is this possible? Why aren't you restrained by the wu-slaying sword? A god, Thearka's treasure. This wu-slaying sword is really of high quality. Jiang Changkong's gaze was cold, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Unfortunately, you are wrong about one thing. What? Kuan-Yu was stunned. He summoned thousands of stars again. That is, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. With a leap, his divine power filled the sky. Boundless chaos manifested, and billions of stars exploded. The terrifying divine power far exceeded the so-called limits of a god king. Kuan-Yu was shocked. The strength of the person in front of him did not seem to be something he could challenge. Chapter 633. The Chaos Palm sent the Wu-slaying sword flying and destroyed billions of stars. The stars dimmed in his palm. Thousands of aggrieved souls wailed under his palm, facing Jiang Changkong, who was far stronger than a peak god king. This god-large treasure couldn't block its power. The heavenly cycle star array shook and the void was torn. The supreme grand formation couldn't trap the current Jiang Changkong. Roar! Kuan-Yu let out a pained howl. A torrent of god blood sprinkled onto the starry sky array like a river of stars. Jiang Changkong's palm pierced his body. Divine power surged and Kuan Peng's feathers fell. Jiang Changkong. Kuan-Yu howled. His anger almost burned away his last bit of rationality. Don't worry, I will roast you and hang you on the grill for everyone to taste, Jiang Changkong sneered. Chaos divine power surged, and the spatial equipment fell. Jiang Changkong waved, and the Wu-slaying sword flew back into his hand. I will use this Wu-slaying sword to send the demon master on his way. The Wu-slaying sword trembled and let out a mournful howl. It wasn't because of Jiang Changkong's control, but because it was facing Kuan-Yu. The countless souls seemed to think of something. They howled and wanted to crawl out and tear Kuan-Yu to pieces. The Wu-slaying sword. It was a divine sword created by the demon race after killing countless humans. It specialized in subduing the bodies of the Magi. Each Wu-slaying sword contained the lives of countless humans. The souls imprisoned in the sword would never be able to escape. The Wu-slaying sword fell, and the countless souls demanded their lives. Screech! Kuan-Yu let out a long howl. Terrifying crimson flames burst out of his body. The void tore, and Kuan-Yu escaped into the crack. Jiang Changkong's expression froze. The sky was filled with divine fire. Divine power gathered in front of him to block the divine fire. With a boom, Jiang Changkong's body was sent flying. His chaos Tao body cracked. Gray divine blood seeped out and healed in an instant. The void returned to normal, and the crack closed. The demon master Kuan-Yu was nowhere to be found. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. What a god emperor! This king will remember this divine phoenix fire. He snorted and disappeared into the void. The Wu-slaying sword was still in his hand. That divine phoenix fire was probably for Kuan-Yu to save his life. He did not know how much of a god emperor's strength was in that attack, but it was actually able to injure him. Although it was only a light injury that could be healed in an instant, it made him understand that there was still a gap between him and those god emperors. He wondered if his acquired, chaotic, great path body would be able to fight against him when it reached perfection. Even if that didn't work, he still had the sky-splitting technique and the strip of cloth in his body. If all of them were added together, they might be able to fight against a god emperor. Sizing up the witch-slaying sword in his hand, Jiang Changkong sighed softly and poured his divine power into it, wanting to destroy it. However, this was a god emperor's treasure after all. It would be difficult for him to destroy it. Furthermore, as soon as he had this thought, the thousands of vengeful souls in the sword would start wailing. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we find the underworld. Jiang Changkong was about to do something when the Wu-slaying sword turned into a ray of light and sank into his body. Unexpectedly, his body was filled with a bunch of existences that he could not afford to offend. He could only tremble under the protection of Jiang Changkong's azure light. The strip of cloth in his body flew over. It seemed to like his connate divine pattern and stayed with the Wu-slaying sword. This thing. Jiang Changkong probed the strip of cloth with his consciousness. The strip of cloth dodged and didn't let him examine it. Forget it. It's fine as long as it can be used. I just don't know if it can bear the sky-splitting art. Although this thing was a powerful divine artifact, it only had one. The sky-splitting art was a supreme art. With his current strength, he could not unleash much of its power. He took out the strip of cloth and tried it. He circulated the sky-splitting art, and the strip of cloth suddenly became taut like a sky-splitting divine sword. A mysterious aura that could tear and suppress everything rose rapidly. As he poured his divine power into it, the aura became stronger and cracks appeared in the void. Jiang Chankong's expression changed. Only a god-emperor could break the space of the celestial world. With his current strength, if he wanted to break through space, he was still a little lacking. If he circulated the sky-splitting art, he should be able to try, but it would not be so easy and there would not be so many cracks. With the support of the strip of cloth, he easily tore open the space, although it was not as big as Kuan Yu's escape. However, he did not use his full strength. A terrifying aura surged in the surroundings. The immortal array patterns cracked. Jiang Chankong hurriedly put away the strip of cloth. The aura was too terrifying, and it could easily attract the attention of experts. He would not use the strip of cloth unless it was necessary. The rest of the journey was smoother than he had imagined. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the surrounding stars were moving slowly. They were moving toward the land of the ancient heaven realm. Boom! There was an explosion in front of him, and all kinds of divine light shot into the void. Jiang Chankong rushed over. Within a star, a group of immortal gods were fighting. Both sides had similar strength. Two late-stage god kings led a group of immortal gods below Divine Lord. The heavenly book opened. One was a god king of the divine court, and the other was a wandering god king. The god king of the divine court had committed grave sins, while the wandering god king only needed to be sent to prison. Both sides restrained themselves and did not lose their rationality. Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle would have been enough to flatten the other immortal gods. Lu Wuchuan, are you really not going to give us any chance of survival? The wandering god king roared. If we did not save you back then, would you be in this situation today? On account of the favor of saving me back then, this king has kindly advised you to take your people and leave. The divine court god king's expression was cold. As long as you leave this place, I will not make things difficult for you. The wandering god king's expression was cold. A few hundred years ago, you said the same thing to me on another star. Back then, I left and moved here. Now, where do you want me to go? Wherever you go, as long as you are not here. Lu Wuchuan's expression was indifferent. I do not want to kill you. You heartless thing, the wandering god king said angrily. The wandering cultivator god king roared in anger. Ever since you became a dog of the divine court, you have completely forgotten your kindness. Today, I will kill you even if I have to die. Extremely furious, the wandering god king swept his sword across the sky, the sword power shaking the entire star. Lu Wuchuan's expression was cold and emotionless. The golden divine sword in his hand was filled with killing intent. The two god kings attacked with all their might, risking their lives. Boom! Two halos of light shook and rushed out of the star, spreading out. A mysterious power isolated the two of them, cutting off the aftermath of their divine powers and protecting the other immortals and gods. The two god kings were sent flying at the same time. Their blood splattered and turned into a blood lake. Which god king protected my friends and family? I, Wang Shanha, am grateful. The wandering god king said respectfully. Who dares to stop the divine court? Lu Wuchuan's expression was cold as he looked at the sky. The divine court is really arrogant. Jiang Chankong descended with the heavenly book hovering beside him, exuding the aura of heaven. Lu Wuchuan frowned. The divine king of justice, Jiang Chankong? That's me, Jiang Chankong said indifferently as he held the heavenly book of justice. The divine court took you in not to let you do whatever you want, Lu Wuchuan said coldly. I advise you to mind your own business. Jiang Chankong's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Lu Wuchuan. Lu Wuchuan spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning and he was sent flying. Don't you dare be impudent in front of me. Chapter 634. Jiang Changkong taught this God King of the divine court a lesson, telling him not to be presumptuous. Lu Wuchuan lay in the air for a long time before standing up with a livid expression. He couldn't understand why Jiang Changkong dared to attack him. This guy was just a stray dog that escaped to the divine court after being chased by the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong, are you going to offend the divine court? Lu Wuchuan's expression was cold. Jiang Changkong opened the heavenly book and placed his left hand behind his back. Leave your resources behind, and you can leave alive. I will only count to 3. 1, humph! Lu Wuchuan harumphed coldly, threw down the spatial equipment, and left. Jiang Changkong was stunned. Wang Shanhao was also stunned. He saw Jiang Changkong gathering divine power in his left hand. Even the God King of Justice was stunned by Lu Wuchuan's decisiveness. He handed over the resources without any arrogance. Seeing him run, the other gods didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned into light and left. Forget it. Since he ran away, so be it. Jiang Changkong accepted the resources with a trace of pity. He wanted to skip 2 and go straight to 3. In the end, this fellow did not act according to common sense. He really put down the resources and ran away. Thank you, God King Jiang, for saving us, Wang Shanha said. It's fine. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and asked, What's going on? We were exiled by the divine court and were brought here to live, Wang Shanha explained bitterly. The divine court exiled them. At first, they were worried about the immortal world and took them here. As soon as they arrived, they occupied an ancient divine planet. There were still some resources on it. Wang Shanha was very excited, but not long after, the divine court asked them to migrate. At first, he didn't care and obediently migrated. On the way, he saved Lu Wuchuan, who was also exiled. At first, the two worked together and had a good life, until Lu Wuchuan joined the divine court. Then, Lu Wuchuan forced them to migrate deeper into the planet. Wang Shanha did not have a shred of confidence that he would be able to lead his people to the next star safely. Jiang Changkong frowned and said, The divine court wants to control this place. That's right. The ancient heaven realm wouldn't let go of the fact that the divinity court has taken control of their territory in the world of immortals. Wang Shanha sighed. When they really occupy these divine planets, we will no longer have a place to live. Why didn't you join the divine court? Jiang Changkong asked. The celestial court will not accept them. Wang Shan, he shook his head and said, The celestial court does not lack godly kings. What they lack is the limit of godly kings and resources. Godly monarch existences like them were like leeks. The 4 major factions would come and harvest them from time to time. If they didn't move for hundreds of years, who would go and explore the divine planet in the depths? Who would be able to withstand the endless dangers? Therefore, it would be most beneficial for the 4 factions if these exiled god kings were alive. Even if they could obtain some good treasures, they would still be snatched away by the 4 great powers in the end. This king will bring you to the next god planet. Jiang Changkong thought about it and said, Thank you, Justice God King. Wang Shan, he said hurriedly, No need to thank me. This king also wants to go deeper. The divine planets outside have all been explored. Jiang Changkong said, He was also heading there. When he found a divine planet, he would drop them off. Wang Shan, he used God power to collect his friends and left with Jiang Changkong. After leaving the divine planet, as expected, Ji Chang and contacted him again. Jiang Changkong replied that he would bring them to migrate. Ji Chang, and didn't say anything else. Sorting out the resources. Demon Master Kuin, you only had 1 million this time. Thinking about it, this Demon Master really didn't waste his time. He had only been saved for a short while and already had 1 million. As for Lu Wuchuan, this late-stage godly king, he was much worse. He only had 300,000. This guy seemed to have curried favor with the godly kings of the celestial court in order to join. Most of the resources were probably given up. As Jiang Changkong was exploring, Sun Yuan returned to the Demon Emperor Palace. After handing over the resources to the demonic sovereign, a divine power incarnation entered the demonic sovereign's body. Demon Sovereign, the old ape has already become an immortal king. Demon Sovereign, you should hurry as well. Let's head to the ancient heaven realm together. Sun Yuan said, with these resources, this emperor will definitely be able to step into the immortal king realm after entering seclusion for 3 hours. Sun Yuan was a little dumbfounded. Directly stepping into the immortal king realm? Demon Emperor, aren't you a little too fast? This emperor has been comprehending the power of heaven during this period of time, and I have gained a lot. It's just that I haven't been showing it. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, with the support of the heavenly energy, there should be no problem. Old Ape congratulates the Demon Sovereign for stepping into the immortal king realm. Sun Yuan spoke emotionally. The stronger the Demon Emperor was, the better it would be for them. Sun Yuan retreated. The Demon Emperor counted the resources. This old ape really gave him everything. Over at the East Sea, Jian Xiao kept her promise and protected the East Sea, but she did not come personally. Little Dragon King and A.O. Qingyu had a good life in the East Sea. He decided not to disturb them anymore. He would head to the ancient heaven realm to meet up with his main body. After staying in the Demon Emperor Palace for 3 hours, the Demon Emperor let out a trace of his aura. All the monsters in the proud sea nation sensed it and hurriedly kowtowed. Shouldn't this old ape come immediately? The Demon Emperor was a little confused. He had revealed his king's aura, so Sun Yuan should have rushed in immediately to express his excitement. After waiting for another 15 minutes, Sun Yuan rushed in excitedly. Demon Emperor, great news! The Demon Emperor was slightly taken aback. What great news? Demon Emperor, that Demon Master Koinyu is a piece of trash. He wanted to fight for the treasure, but he was almost beaten into an idiot by the heavenly god of justice. He even lost the god Thart's treasure and was captured alive. This time in the ancient heaven realm, he set up an ambush formation to ambush the heavenly god of justice, but he failed again and even lost the god Thart's wu-slaying sword. Sun Yuan excitedly said everything in one breath, grinning from ear to ear. The Demon Emperor frowned. The Demon Master was too impulsive. This heavenly god of justice is really merciless to the monsters. Demon Emperor, you are too lenient. Even the divine kings of the divine court said that you are not qualified, Sun Yuan said with dissatisfaction. Too lenient? Not qualified? The Demon Emperor was taken aback. He said in a low voice, am I really too lenient? Very lenient. The Demon Emperor should be domineering. Didn't you say that before? If you have the courage and determination to fight the heavenly court, you should be domineering and ruthless, regardless of whether it is the enemy or the monsters. Sun Yuan said solemnly that Demon Master Koinyu dared to betray the Demon Emperor because you are too lenient. Sigh, I want to be more forceful, but there is no celestial Tharch behind me. The Demon Emperor sighed. Sun Yuan hurriedly said, Demon Emperor has no worries. A celestial Tharch is willing to support you as long as you get one thing. What thing? The Demon Emperor asked. Sun Yuan said, the heavenly Tao Palace is in the hands of the heavenly god of justice. Jiang Changkong, they don't know, and you don't know that the heavenly Tao Palace is fake? It doesn't exist. How can I get it? After thinking for a while, the Demon Emperor stood up and said, where is the heavenly god of justice now? The ancient heaven realm. Sun Yuan said, but the heavenly court has already made arrangements to go there. The demon court is indeed powerful. Thank you for letting me meet up with my main body. Chapter 635. Ancient Heaven World. Jiang Changkong brought Wang Shanha across the stars. His frown deepened. The stars were moving faster and faster. Jiang Changkong asked, did you notice that the stars are moving? You felt that too. I thought I was imagining things. Wang Shanha's expression changed. This wasn't good news. If all the stars moved together, he would appear next door to God Dynasty. Next door to God Dynasty. Would God Dynasty agree to this? He wouldn't even need to move. God Dynasty would kill him. Why are the stars moving? You've been here for so long. Have you ever seen something like this? Jiang Changkong asked. If someone used God power to move the stars, it would be fine. But the problem was that no one was moving the stars. The stars were moving on their own. Wang Shanha looked at the moving stars and shook his head. I've never seen something like this. But I have a guess. Tell me about it, Jiang Changkong said. I heard that the heavenly Tao of the celestial world has awakened. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is summoning the stars? Wang Shanha guessed. Jiang Changkong's heart stirred. It was possible. The reason why the ancient heaven realm had dispersed back then was because the heavenly way had collapsed. Without the connection of the heavenly Tao, the stars would disperse. Now that the heavenly Tao had awakened, the ancient heaven world would reform. When that happened, the countless stars would become a new heaven world. Looks like we have no way to escape. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Wang Shanha sighed. Only the God King of Justice can smile in such a situation. Once the ancient heaven world reformed, what could they do? They were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, Jiang Changkong was still able to smile. Then we should become God Emperors as soon as possible. If worst comes to worst, we can just hide in the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong said nonchalantly. God Emperors can only stay a few hundred years in there. They'll still die. Wang Shanha sighed. A primal divine stone appeared in Jiang Changkong's hand. If I can use this to forge an armor, will I be able to travel through the primal chaos? Chaos divine stone? Can I have a look? Wang Shan, his expression changed as he asked eagerly. Jiang Changkong handed it over. Feel free to take a look, but it's troublesome to melt it. Wang Shanha carefully accepted the divine chaos stone. His eyes shone with a divine light as if he was searching for something. Jiang Changkong was baffled. What other secrets could this chaos divine stone be hiding? It really was left behind by that person, Wang Shanha said in surprise. That person? Who? Jiang Changkong took the chaos divine stone and examined it carefully. Nothing special. God King of Justice. It's hard to tell just by looking. Wang Shanha took out a primal divine stone and handed it to Jiang Changkong. The two primal chaos divine stones actually vibrated when they came into contact with each other. This is... Jiang Changkong asked curiously. Primal chaos energy often brings primal chaos divine stones. Some god kings have been collecting them. Some of the primal chaos divine stones contain immortal characters that record information. Wang Shanha explained. A message from chaos? The route that the ancient gods took when they left? Jiang Changkong guessed. No, some god kings tried their best to melt the divine chaos divine stones. The information they obtained wasn't ancient immortal characters. Wang Shanha said, it's the characters we use now. The god kings found it strange because there are top-tier immortal scriptures recorded inside. There are also records of treasures. All of them are real. Jiang Changkong pondered and said, have you found out who left it behind? No, the four factions don't know. Wang Shanha said, now, everyone treats these primal chaos divine stones as fortuitous opportunities. How did you recognize that this primal chaos divine stone is unusual? Jiang Changkong asked. After melting the primal chaos divine stone and seeing the immortal characters, one will remember the special aura. Although it's very weak, one can still discover it if they sense it carefully. Wang Shanha explained, back then I was lucky enough to melt one and obtained a small fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Changkong continued to ask how he melted the primal chaos divine stone. It was impossible for a late-stage god king to melt a chaos divine stone. It would be impossible even if it took a few hundred years or 1,000 years. Wang Shanha did not hide anything. He wanted to melt the primal chaos god stone and go to the hole in the starry sky to find the primal chaos god flame. In the primal chaos, other than the primal divine stones, there was also the primal divine flame, which could easily melt the primal divine stones. Even if it was a god Thearchus treasure, it would not be able to withstand the burning of the primal chaos divine flame without activating its divine might. Not every gap had a primal chaos divine flame. Basically, the known gaps were all occupied by the 4 factions. It was said that even immortal venerables were not willing to provoke the chaos divine flame. It was only used to melt the primal chaos godstones, and it wouldn't attract the divine fire's attack. On the rogue god monarch's side, there was also a huge primal chaos gap where the chaos divine flame could be found. Wang Shan, he was also prepared to go there. That was a star occupied by an ultimate god king. He could be considered to be going there to seek refuge. In that case, let's speed up. I'll bring you there. Jiang Changkong also wanted to know what kind of opportunities were hidden within the chaos divine stone. Wang Shanha pointed the way, and the 2 of them quickly crossed the star. 2 days passed. Jiang Changkong could already see the divine stars that Wang Shanha mentioned. At this point, Wang Shanha could not even name the divine stars. There was a scarlet star filled with terrifying divine flames. Without the protection of an expert, even god monarchs would find it hard to survive. God King Crimsonwood, Wang Shanha, requests for your protection. Wang Shanha entered the star and felt the boundless flames as he spoke, respectfully. Another one. What can you bring for me? A scarlet flame rose up and turned into a flame phantom. Wang Shanha took off his spatial equipment. I offer all my resources to you, God King. Not enough, the phantom said coldly. May I ask, God King, what else do I have to offer? Wang Shanha was very respectful, afraid to offend the other party. Your loyalty. The flame phantom's gaze landed on Jiang Changkong. Are you also here to seek my protection? Jiang Changkong said indifferently, I'm here to borrow the chaos divine flame. The flame phantom trembled. Borrow the chaos divine flame? Do you have chaos divine stones? Yes, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Wang Shanha had given him his piece. Now he had 2. The flame phantom laughed. You 2 came together? Wang Shanha's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, God King Crimsonwood, this is the God King of Justice. Thanks to his help, I was able to come here. God King of Justice? Jiang Changkong? The flame phantom trembled. I am deeply honored that God King Crimson would knows of me. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. The name of the God King of Justice has been resounding recently. The flame phantom laughed. I have heard of the God King of Justice's deeds. I have long been looking forward to meeting you. Quick, come in. The flame phantom parted. In the immortal palace shrine, Wang Shanha heaved a sigh of relief. So the God King of Justice's reputation is already so great. I am also surprised. Let's go. Jiang Changkong led him into the immortal palace shrine. In a fire shrine, God King Crimsonwood, who was surrounded by flames, asked someone to pour tea and invited the 2 in. Chapter 636. God King of Justice, please. God King Akaji was very enthusiastic. I heard that God King of Justice defeated the heavenly court and even established a divine nation in the divine court. This king is very satisfied. You flatter me, God King Akaji. This king only wants to live. Jiang Changkong showed a humble smile with some helplessness. If possible, who would want to go against the heavenly court? God King Akaji nodded and sighed. We were forced. The 4 factions didn't give us a way out. Jiang Changkong didn't want to talk about this. About the chaos divine fire? No problem. I just want to borrow the divine fire. It's not this king's personal property, God King Akaji said. God King, then what about me? Wang Shanha asked. God King of Justice's friends are this king's friends. God King Akaji laughed. You can stay here in the future. No one will dare to cause trouble for you. Thank you, God King Akaji, Wang Shanha said excitedly. He stood up and bowed. Jiang Changkong smiled and thought about it. Was his reputation that useful? A peak God King was so confident that no one would dare to cause trouble for him? However, he wasn't very clear about the God King of lone cultivators. Maybe God King Akaji had something else to rely on. He only cared about when he could use the divine fire. May I know when I can borrow the primal chaos divine flame? Jiang Changkong asked. God King Akaji said, the chaos divine fire here is special and will occasionally go berserk. God King of Justice came at the wrong time and will need 2 days. Then I'll trouble God King Akaji for 2 days, Jiang Changkong said. God King of Justice is willing to stay because you think highly of me. God King Akaji smiled. Let's go. I'll show you around planet Akaji. Jiang Changkong and Wang Shanha stood up and left the temple. On the other side, Heavenly World, Heavenly Court's territory, 2 figures arrived. Demonic chi surged and divine might filled the sky. Yao King, this is the ancient heaven world, Sun Yuan said respectfully. Yao King said indifferently, yes, let's go to the Yao territory. The 2 of them walked out of the teleportation area and flew toward the demon clan's territory. In the demon race's territory, demon chi covered the sky and covered the sun. It was dusky. The demon emperor has arrived. Sun Yuan shouted, his voice reverberating throughout the entire demon clan's territory. In the area, some of the demons raised their heads to take a look and then no longer paid attention. Some of the demons didn't even bother to look at them. The demons chose to ignore the arrival of the demon emperor. The weakest of these demons was at least an immortal. Most of them were immortal monarchs, and there were quite a few immortal kings. Sun Yuan was a little annoyed. Why didn't you welcome the demonic sovereign? Monstrous overlord? One of the high immortal realm monstrous beasts harumphed disdainfully. Sun Yuan took out his godly staff and said coldly, disrespecting the demon emperor is a capital offense. The spirit demon emperor did not say a word and just watched quietly. The demon emperor is truly impressive. A sneer sounded and a giant python crawled over. It raised its head and looked down at them. Are you relying on the prestige of Mount Huagua? Heaven-devouring python? Sun Yuan said coldly. The heaven-devouring python transformed into a young man, and the might of a godly monarch silently spread out. Sun Yuan's expression darkened, and his gaze turned cold. The other demons are afraid of Mount Huagua, but the heaven-devouring python race is not afraid of you. The young man said coldly, Mount Huagua can't help a demon emperor rise. Sun Yuan gripped the metal staff tightly, and golden light burst out of his eyes. Who are you relying on this time? That useless demon master, Kuan-Yu? You're courting death. The young man's gaze suddenly turned cold, and killing intent surged out of him. Sun Yuan's expression froze as he felt a terrifying pressure. However, he saw a figure blocking in front of him. He couldn't help but say, Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor stood in front of him and looked at the young man coldly. The surrounding demons watched this scene with interest. The divine might kept increasing, trying to shake the Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, no matter how much force the young man exerted, he realized that the Demon Emperor was like an immortal mountain, and his expression was calm. The Demon Emperor placed his hands behind his back. He could still sense that there were many immortal kings secretly watching. Among them were the Ape Divine clan. They were probably also sizing up the Demon Emperor to see if they could help him up. There were also some immortal kings of the monster clans who were watching this scene with various thoughts in their minds. Jiang Changkong, looked at the heaven-devouring python indifferently and didn't move at all. He said, "Take a step back, and I'll forgive you for your disrespect." The immortal kings in the dark were shocked. They obviously didn't expect the demon emperor to be so arrogant. Didn't they say that the demon emperor was very lenient? Yes, lenient. The demon emperor must be looking for an excuse not to punish the heaven-devouring python. Or rather, he was begging the heaven-devouring python. As long as they cooperated and took a step back, they would retain their dignity and have an excuse not to cause trouble for the heaven-devouring python. However, the heaven-devouring python didn't think so. His expression turned cold, and a murderous intent was brewing. He was a peak immortal king. Take a step back? Very well. Your arrogance will be the end of your life, the heaven-devouring python shouted coldly. He didn't hold back at all, and a gray dagger with a cold glint slashed down. The demon emperor's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't sense the approaching danger. The rest of the demon race also turned their gazes over, watching this scene solemnly. Sun Yuan also couldn't help but say, "That dagger is poisonous. Demon Emperor, be careful." The heaven-devouring python didn't have any poison, and its innate mystical ability was heaven-devouring. The poison on the dagger wasn't snake venom, and it should have some other origin. Seeing that the demon emperor really didn't dodge, the heaven-devouring python smiled sinisterly, taking one of his moves head-on and taking a step back. Even an immortal king couldn't do that. Boom! Monstrous, demonic power spread in all directions, and the surrounding demon race all fled. Fortunately, an array appeared on the ground and helped them block it. Sun Yuan, however, didn't feel anything. The heaven-devouring python's dagger stopped an inch away from the demon emperor. He used all his immortal force, but couldn't break through this inch, and instead flew back. Specks of sun divine fire, mixed with gray divine light, protected the monster emperor. How is this possible? The heaven-devouring python was shocked. Could it be that this demon emperor was really an immortal king? Wasn't his strength very weak? He should be at the immortal lord realm. But this power was definitely that of an immortal king. "You've failed." The demon emperor lightly spat out. An array of sun divine fire instantly landed on the heaven-devouring python. Buzz! The array rose again, protecting the heaven-devouring python, extinguishing the sun divine fire, and flying away with the heaven-devouring python. The demon emperor won. The demons were shocked. The heaven-devouring python, a peak immortal king, attacked with all his strength, but still couldn't force the demon emperor to take a step back. Was this demon emperor really not weaker than the demon master? The demon emperor's expression was still calm, and he looked into the void. Which other demon race compatriots wants to test my strength? The void rippled, and immortal kings appeared one after another. The three divine apes laughed out loud. "Greetings, demon emperor, flower and fruit mountain." The demon emperor replied softly. Their strength was not bad. One was an immortal king and two were peak. His gaze turned to the other immortal kings, and he said indifferently, "You guys." "Greetings, demon emperor." The immortal king demons quickly cupped their hands. "Greetings, demon emperor." Seeing that the immortal kings had admitted it, the demons also bowed. The demon emperor revealed a faint smile. "Flower and fruit mountain, take down the heaven-devouring python and await your punishment. The rest of the immortal kings, send a message to Kuan Yu and tell him to come and see me." Chapter 637. The demon emperor's strength was beyond their expectations. He had thought that he was just a weak demon emperor, but he was actually a peak celestial king. A peak immortal king was said to be the existence closest to an immortal emperor. He was invincible below the immortal emperor realm. Only peak-level immortal kings would be a match for him. Of course, this was only in terms of individual battle prowess. It did not include god-emperor treasures or the support of heaven's power. However, although this demon emperor was strong, wasn't he a little too arrogant? The demon master was the trusted aide of the demon Arch. Excluding the immortal Arch and the other demon race experts, it could be said that the demon master was second only to the demon Arch and above tens of thousands of demons. Although this demon emperor was powerful and had the bloodline of the Golden Crow and was the successor of the Eastern Emperor, the demon emperor was not familiar with this demon emperor at all. There was not the slightest emotion. But now, the demon emperor asked Kuan Yu to roll over. He was not taking the demon master seriously at all. Within the palace, the demon emperor sat on the throne, waiting for the demon master to arrive. His incarnation only had divine power. Although it could enforce laws, the power of heaven would not return to the main body. Instead, it would enter the incarnation. Without a physical body, there was no way to store the power of heaven. It seemed like he would have to get his main body to refine a body for him. Only with a body could this incarnation truly be like a normal living being. He already had the materials for his body, and that was the Chaos Divine Stone. Although it was not much, the materials he had obtained from the God Kings during this period of time were more than enough. Huang Xiaolong didn't have high hopes for a pure primal divine stone. 2 pieces of primal divine stone was too little. If it really didn't work, he could melt the pill furnace and create a celestial king pinnacle divine body. At that time, even an apex god king would not be able to break the divine body without special means. Reporting to the demon emperor, the demon master requests an audience. Sun Yuan walked in and said respectfully, "He came pretty fast." Jiang Chongkong smiled calmly. "Let him in." A monstrous demonic aura surged as a beam of cold light pierced through the air. A Kuenping appeared in the blink of an eye, its sword pointed straight at the demon sovereign's forehead. "Kun Yu, you're courting death." An angry roar resounded. Sun Yuan was furious. The other 3 ape deity kings were enraged as well. Their metal cudgels glowed in golden light as they prepared to strike. The demon emperor looked indifferent as he slowly opened his heavenly eye between his eyebrows. Gray divine light mixed with the divine sun fire surged out. Screech! A chaotic golden crow spread its wings, and the terrifying divine fire of the sun and chaotic divine power swept across the entire temple. Boom! The sword light dissipated, and the Kuenping tumbled out of the temple. Its body was charred and emitted a roasted aroma. The demon emperor said indifferently, "Bring him here." Yes. A Sun Yuan immediately rushed out and lifted Kuan Yu up. Kuan Yu's entire body was scorched black. Most of the feathers on his body had been burnt off. His aura was extremely weak and miserable. Everyone was shocked. The demon master, who was at the peak of the immortal king realm, couldn't even block a single attack from the demon emperor? Could it be that the demon king had surpassed the limit and became an immortal emperor? Bang! Kuan Yu was directly thrown to the ground. A demon helped him consume a healing pill, and his injuries improved significantly. Kuan Yu stood up with a cold expression. "I admit that you have the power to fight against the heavenly god of justice in my place." "Oh, the demon master was sent by the heavenly justice god?" The demon emperor chuckled. The other demons were also stunned. Whose side were you on? Was he trying to help the heavenly god of justice test his strength? You really do sound like you were sent by the heavenly god of justice. Kuan Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "I'm just reminding the demon emperor not to be too arrogant." "Kuan Yu, you really disgraced the demon race." The demon emperor stood up and looked at Kuan Yu. "You have already been scared out of your wits by the heavenly god of justice. What right do you have to be the demon master?" Sun Yuan sneered. "If it wasn't for the Kuenping bloodline, he wouldn't be the demon master. He has fought against the heavenly god of justice 3 times, and he has lost 2 god Tharch treasures. He was captured alive once. 3 times? 2 god Tharch treasures?" Many demons didn't know that Kuan Yu had failed 3 times. They only knew that he wanted to ask the demon emperor to suppress the heavenly god of justice. If they knew that Kuan Yu had failed 3 times and lost 2 God-Tharch treasures, they would probably have questioned this demon master. Kuan Yu's expression changed, and he looked at Sun Yuan coldly. Sun Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever failed 3 times? Could it be that the Celestial Emperor told everything to Sun Yuan? He had been very careful this time. The Fire Celestial Emperor wouldn't leak the news for the Supreme Sutra. Sun Yuan sneered and looked at Kuan Yu disdainfully. Then he glanced at the other demons. Everyone, come over and listen to the glorious deeds of Demon Master Kuan Yu. Sun Yuan. Kuan Yu was shocked and angry. He couldn't help but yell. It was enough for the ancient demons and godly monarchs like them to know about these things. Did Sun Yuan want to spread it? By then, all the demons would know that he, the demon master, was not strong enough. Not only did he lose 3 God-Tharch treasures, the demon court would be completely disgraced. By then, he would be the shame of the demon court, not the demon master that all the demons looked up to. Kuan Yu, I know your position. The reason why I didn't kill you is because you have worked hard for the demon court. The demon emperor said coldly, Sun Yuan, speak. The demons gathered. There were thousands of demon immortals, and the weakest was a deity. They were all demons with a high status in the demon court. They were very curious as to how the demon master was able to fight despite repeated losses and even give treasures. Sun Yuan glanced at Kuan Yu and felt delighted. Now it's time for me to vent my anger. The first time was in the Divine Court, the territory of the 10,000 Lightning Divine Kingdom. Before that, let me tell you why the Demon Master went to the Divine Court. That's because the Demon Emperor sensed that a treasure related to the demons needed the protection of an immortal emperor. The Demon Master severed the connection between the old ape and the immortal emperor of Huagua Mountain and wanted to take the treasure for himself. Nonsense. I did it for the Demon Emperor. Since it's related to the demons, the treasure should belong to the Demon Emperor, Kuan Yu argued coldly. The Demon Master is right. Since it belongs to the demons, it should belong to the Demon Emperor, said an immortal king. Many demons agreed. They were very loyal to the demon court and the demon emperor. If they had a choice, they would do the same. However, there were some demons who sneered. Whether it was for the demon emperor or for themselves, it was hard to say. The 3 divine kings of Huagua Mountain looked at him coldly. Severed the connection between Huagua Mountain and Demon Master Kuan Yu. How dare you? For the demon emperor and the demon court, the demon emperor chose to remain silent. He allowed the demon master to go to the divine court to search for treasures and cultivate it in seclusion in the Auhai Nation. However, our demon master went straight to the 10,000 lightning divine kingdom. Coincidentally, the heavenly god of justice, Jiang Changkong, had just gone there. Jiang Changkong had just arrived at the divine court and was building his own holy land to fight against the 10,000 lightning divine king. Our demon master Kuan Yu chose to join forces with the 10,000 lightning divine king to fight against Jiang Changkong. In the end, not only did demon master Kuan Yu fail miserably, but he also almost lost his life. Sun Yuan sneered with mockery in his eyes. Kuan Yu's expression was ugly. His lips moved, but he couldn't refute. What Sun Yuan said was the truth. The demons had already accepted the power of the heavenly god of justice, so they didn't think much of the demon master's defeat. However, they couldn't accept what happened next. The demon master lost miserably again and lost the god emperor's treasure. Chapter 638. For the first time, you didn't know how powerful the heavenly god of justice was, so it's understandable that you lost. The second time, you brought the god emperor's treasure, found the Fey race's treasure, and barged into the sacred land. As a result, you suffered another crushing defeat and were beaten half to death by the heavenly god of justice before being captured alive and sent to the divine court. For this, the demon court compensated the divine court with a large amount of resources to settle this matter. Demon Master, you didn't escape on your own. You were saved by the demon court. After that, the demons paid a huge price. The demons were in an uproar. The demon master was sent to the divine court? How come we didn't know about such a big thing? Kuan Yu's face turned pale, and he staggered a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and explained, I failed due to my carelessness, but I risked my life to protect the treasure. Although the heavenly justice god has obtained the treasure, he doesn't have the method to open it, so he can't open it either. You have an excuse for the second time, but what about the third time? Sun Yuan sneered. Not long ago, you used the heavenly cycle star formation and Wu slaughtering sword to kill Jiang Changkong. In the end, you failed and lost the witch slaying sword. If the immortal emperor didn't leave a trap in your body, you wouldn't have been captured alive, but would have died. Kuan Yu's face turned even paler. That fire immortal emperor still revealed the truth? Why would he reveal such a confidential matter to Sun Yuan? Demon Master, how do you intend to explain this? The immortal king of the Flower Fruit Mountain pointed his cudgel at Kuan Yu. The others also had ugly expressions as they looked at Kuan Yu. The first time, he didn't know anything about it. The second time, he brought back the method to activate it. He could barely accept it. But the third time, he lost the wu-slaying sword and almost lost his life. How could this be explained? I am wholeheartedly for the demon court and have no ulterior motives. The failure was due to my miscalculation. The wu-killing sword could not restrain Jiang Changkong. Demon Master Kuan Yu's expression was cold. He lowered his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely kill this monkey. He would definitely be killed. Wholeheartedly for the demon court. Kuan Yu, you're really funny. Do you even believe your own words? You failed twice in a row. Why didn't you inform the other demon clans the third time? Why do I have to make my own decisions? Sun Yuan said coldly, you knew that you were no match for him, but you still brought the wu-slaying sword to kill Jiang Changkong. Are you trying to send treasures to him? Demon Emperor, I've heard of Treasure Boy before, but what the hell is this Treasure Boy bird? The demons were stunned. The demon kings looked at Kuan Yu with different expressions. The peak immortal King Yuan Ho pondered and said, Is Kuan Yu a spy sent by the heavenly justice god? Did you give him the treasure on purpose? Kuan Yu. Nonsense. How could I be the spy of that idiot Jiang Changkong? Combined with what Demon Master Kuan Yu said earlier, I think so too. The Demon Emperor replied indifferently, What do you mean by having the right to fight the heavenly god of justice? What do you mean by not being too conceited? Which side are you on? The demons, now that you mention it, we are all panicking. Even the Demon Master has betrayed us? To put it nicely, you're boosting others' morale and diminishing your own. To put it bluntly, you're already scared out of your wits by Jiang Changkong. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, Speaking of which, I have some ties with the heavenly justice god. If it was me who went to the divine court. Sigh. Sun Yuan continued. If it was the Demon Emperor who went to the divine court, he would have obtained the monster race's treasure a long time ago. It would have been Jiang Changkong who offered it to him. It was such a simple matter. The Demon Emperor went there and brought back the treasure. However, Kuan Yu rushed over and said it was for the monster court. In the end, he went to the heavenly justice god to deliver the treasure. This was a complete scam. Kuan Yu didn't say anything, and his arrogance was completely gone. Didn't he say that he would only ask the Demon Emperor to come out and deal with Jiang Changkong? Why did he tell Sun Yuan so much? Also, this was completely targeted at him. Demon Master, you have nothing to say? Sun Yuan was still unwilling to let Kuan Yu go. This was such a good opportunity to taunt him, and he would be letting himself down if he didn't vent his anger. Demon Emperor, the most important thing now is to take down the heavenly justice god and take back the monster race's treasure, a demon immortal king said. That's right, the monster race's treasure is the most important. Several immortal kings agreed. The Demon Emperor glanced at these immortal kings. It seemed like they were loyal to the Demon Emperor and close friends of the Demon Master. They were changing the topic. They clearly didn't want to continue criticizing the Demon Master and let this matter end here. What suggestion does the Demon Master have? The Demon Emperor asked indifferently. Kuan Yu was stunned. What suggestion do I have? You've already said that about me. What other suggestion can I have? The humiliation in his heart surged, but he didn't dare to explode. He could only say in a muffled voice, no. The mighty Demon Master has no suggestion. Is he really scared out of his wits, or is he incompetent? The Demon Emperor said coldly. Kuan Yu fell silent and stood at the side with his head lowered. The Demon Emperor was a little disappointed. This Demon Master actually endured it. He was hoping that this Demon Master would say a few more words so that he could suppress him. Demon Emperor, with your leadership, we can definitely take down the heavenly justice god together. An immortal king said. That's right. What suggestion do you need? The Demon Emperor can solve everything. Jiang Changkong, heavenly justice god, they can't even withstand a single blow. The immortal kings of the monster race all started to flatter him. Kuan Yu sneered in his heart. When the time comes, we'll see how you're going to get off the hook. I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. There will come a time when you beg me. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, You're right. With me here, a mere heavenly justice god is really nothing. The immortal kings' mouths twitched, but they bit the bullet and said, The Demon Emperor is invincible. This Demon Emperor doesn't look normal. We were just casually flattering him. Did you really take it seriously? So, there's nothing else for you to do. Just take a rest and tell me the whereabouts of the heavenly justice god. The Demon Emperor said indifferently. Demon Emperor. Sun Yuan's face darkened. What's wrong with my Demon Emperor? I told you to be a little more domineering, not to be arrogant. That heavenly justice god is really more powerful than you. Sun Yuan had seen the scene of Jiang Changkong beating up Kuan Yu in the Holy Land. That was already in existence that a peak godly king could not contend with. Okay, I'd like to see how the Demon Emperor is going to get the treasure from Jiang Changkong. Kuan Yu immediately jumped out. He even planned to let them do the work when the time came, and they didn't put in any effort. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. This Demon Emperor wanted to fight with Jiang Changkong alone. What nickname should he give him? Golden Crow who gives treasures? No, the Demon Emperor wouldn't agree. Demon Emperor who gives treasures? No, the title of Demon Emperor is too honorable. It can't be tarnished. I'll call him Long Moon Child. Then I'll have to trouble the Demon Master to find out the whereabouts of the heavenly justice god. The Demon Emperor waved his hand and said, You're all dismissed. Yes, all the monsters retreated respectfully and left the temple. Only Sun Yuan and the 3 ape gods of Mount Huagua stayed in the temple. Sun Yuan looked outside and made sure there was no one nearby. He said in a low voice, Demon Emperor, Jiang Changkong's strength can't be underestimated. He has far surpassed the limits of the immortal king. The ape gods of Mount Huagua bowed and said, Sun Wuxing of Mount Huagua is willing to fight on behalf of the Demon Emperor. You worry too much. We don't have to fight to get the treasure back. We can make a deal, the Demon Emperor said with a faint smile. A deal? But we don't have what the heavenly justice god needs, the 4 ape gods said. We do. For example, although the East Sea is protected by Penglai, Jiang Changkong doesn't mind having another layer of protection. Also, the heavenly court, the divine court, and even the celestial court are all hunting him. The demon court can secretly open a door of convenience. Chapter 639. Kuan Yu left the shrine. A group of immortal kings gathered around him. Demon Master, this Demon Emperor is courting death. Let's just wait and see, an immortal king said. No, we can wait and reap the benefits. When the Demon Emperor and Jiang Changkong are both injured, then we will make a move. An immortal king exuded thick demonic qi. It was an Aoin. That's right, We can wait and reap the benefits." The other immortal kings agreed. Kuan Yu's expression turned cold. "Dong Huang Changyue is only here to deal with Jiang Changkong. When we get back the treasure, who will care about him?" Demon Master is right. This golden crow of unknown origin isn't fit to be the Demon Emperor. The real Demon Emperor should be the Demon Master. The demons all praised. Given the relationship between the Demon Master and the Demon Emperor, he would definitely be the Demon Emperor in the future. As for the current Demon Emperor, Dongwang Changyue, they didn't care about him. Although a godly king who surpassed the limits was strong, he wasn't invincible. The races behind these immortal kings all had immortal emperors. Moreover, this Demon Emperor's origin was unknown. The Demon Emperor hadn't personally appointed him, so they didn't want to acknowledge him. After getting these immortal kings to leave, Kuan Yu entered another shrine and contacted the Flame Immortal Emperor. "Lord, why did you tell Sun Yuan about the witch-slaying sword?" Kuan Yu's expression was ugly. This time, Sun Yuan was practically stepping on him. Thinking about it, it wouldn't take long for this monkey to spread the news. At that time, the entire demon race would know how useless he, the Demon Master, was, and how he had the nickname of the treasure delivery bird. The flame flickered, faintly exuding the might of a god. "That's not important. What I want is the treasure. Since you don't have the strength, I can only exchange it for him." Kuan Yu's expression was ashen. "Lord, you want to give up on me? I have been in the demon race for so many years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I have worked hard. You think too much. How can the great Demon Master be given up?" The flame danced, and an indifferent voice sounded. "We are all demons. If you have the ability, then let's work together for the demon race." After saying that, the flame disappeared. Kuan Yu's expression darkened. Did this mean that the Celestial Emperor had acknowledged the Demon Emperor? Isn't he just using it once and throwing it away after using it? This wouldn't do. Once Dong Huang Changyue stabilized his position as the Demon Sovereign, based on today's situation, it was very likely that he would be killed by this Demon Sovereign in the future. He had to contact the Demon the Arch, as the Demon the Arch was his greatest backer. Just as he was about to make contact, the void rippled, and the flames appeared once more. "I found Jiang Changkong's location. He's in God King Redwood's territory. Red Tree." Kuan Yu was slightly taken aback. Why did he go to Akaji's territory? God King Crimson Soul has already stabilized Jiang Changkong. The Heavenly Court's people are already on their way. Tell the Yao Emperor to go. The flame didn't explain further and disappeared. Kuan Yu hurriedly got up and went to look for the Demon Sovereign. "Let's see how you deal with this. I, the Demon Master, am going to be the fisherman." When the Demon Sovereign heard the Demon Master's report, there was no change in his expression. He said indifferently, "Build the Demon Sovereign's war chariot and divine palanquin. I will go there myself." Kuan Yu was slightly taken aback. War chariot and divine palanquin? As the Demon Sovereign, I can't lose face for the demon race. Go and make the preparations. Those who aren't peak god kings aren't worthy of me riding them, the Demon Sovereign said indifferently. Demon Sovereign, even if you go out to deal with Jiang Changkong, the Demon Sovereign directly cut him off with a cold gaze like a ferocious beast. You, the Demon Master, can bring the God Emperor's treasures and lose twice. How many resources do you have as compensation? I want a war chariot and divine palanquin, but you don't have it? Kuan Yu. All right, in order to be the fisherman, in order to let you go out and fight, I will prepare them for you. This request wasn't much, so Kuan Yu gritted his teeth and agreed. On the other side, Jiang Changkong, who was watching the construction of the star with God King Redwood and Wang Shanha, had a cold look in his eyes. God King Redwood was actually from the Heavenly Court. No wonder he dared to say that no one would come looking for trouble. He could probably use the Chaos Divine Flame now, right? He just wanted to stabilize himself and wait for the Heavenly Court to come. He didn't point it out. As long as it wasn't an immortal emperor coming, he didn't need to care. If an immortal emperor came, he wouldn't need to use his secondary body. He could use this opportunity to refine a secondary body so that Dong Huang Changyue could have his own body. Divine King of Justice, what do you think of my place? God King Redwood smiled. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, Very good. It makes one forget to return, unwilling to leave. Since you like this place so much, then stay for a few more days, God King Redwood said. Jiang Changkong smiled. Divine King Redwood, aren't you worried that you're inviting a wolf into your home? The Divine King of Justice is impartial and strict. How could I be a wolf? God King Redwood smiled. I am indeed not a wolf. My forte is killing wolves, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Divine King Redwood, are you a wolf or are you a wolf killer? God King Redwood raised his eyebrows. Divine King of Justice, sure, knows how to joke. There are no wolves here. However, Wang Shanha could tell that the heavenly God of Justice's words were filled with anger. I want to see the chaotic divine flame right now, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Divine King of Justice, the chaotic divine flame is rioting right now, God King Redwood said hurriedly. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I'll give you an hour. Tell it to stay still and wait for me to come up. God King Redwood, Wang Shanha was also dumbfounded. Tell the chaotic divine flame to stay still? The chaotic divine flame was something that even immortal emperors didn't dare to provoke. What did God King Redwood have to tell it to stay still? What did he have to make the chaotic divine flame stay still? Divine King of Justice, you sure know how to joke. God King Redwood wiped the sweat off his forehead. I can't keep up with your train of thought. Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly, I'm not joking. If the chaotic divine flame is still rioting in an hour, I promise to throw you into it. Can you do that now? A divine aura that surpassed the limit silently enveloped God King Redwood. God King Redwood's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. The Divine King of Justice in front of him had turned into a giant that reached the heavens. He looked like a boundless primordial chaos. As long as the Divine King of Justice willed it, he would die. There was no other possibility. In the next moment, the divine aura disappeared. Jiang Changkong had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. I'll go try. Only now did God King Crimsonwood realize that his body had at some point become covered in tiny flames. His fire divine power had almost scattered from his body. He suddenly regretted contacting the Heavenly Court to deal with this Divine King of Justice. But the Heavenly Court's people had already arrived, and the conditions they offered were something he couldn't refuse. Wang Shanha wanted to say something as he watched Redwood leave, but a strand of chaos divine power protected the two of them, isolating them from this place. Divine King of Justice, is there a problem with this God King Redwood? Wang Shanha asked in a low voice. Jiang Changkong didn't hide it. Yes, he has submitted to the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court's people will be here soon. You need to find another planet and relocate. This Redwood, a mighty peak God King, actually submitted to the Heavenly Court and became a dog. Wang Shanha frowned. This wasn't good news. God King Redwood couldn't be relied on. Where could he go? Jiang Changkong glanced at Wang Shanha and didn't say anything. Recommending him to his secondary body was a good choice. A late-stage God King was a good fighter, although his secondary body was a Yao Emperor, who said that the Yao race didn't have immortals of other races. The Yao court also had many human immortals. He could also find other independent God Kings and nurture immortals loyal to him. He didn't have to rely on the Yao race. Chapter 640. The Monster Court had been in charge of the monster race for many years. Just look at the Monster Master. Even though the Monster Master failed 3 times and lost large amounts of resources, the Immortal Kings still stood on his side. Although he had the support of Flower Fruit Mountain, it was far from enough. The ancient monster race didn't just have Flower Fruit Mountain. Heaven-devouring python, Oween, these were only part of it. Many of those monstrous immortal kings were from other ancient eras' clans. If he worked for the monster court, it would be ugly if the monster emperor rebelled with one word, except for Flower Fruit Mountain. If he wanted to fight Heavenly Court and unify the celestial world, Flower Fruit Mountain wasn't enough. He wanted to prove his Tao and sweep everything by himself. But it was too difficult. Just in case, it was better to have two plans. His main body would improve as much as possible, and his sub-body Donghuang Changyue would do his best to develop the Monster Emperor's forces. God King of Justice, where do you plan to go? Wang Shanha asked. Wait for Heavenly Court's people to come and deal with them first, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Wang Shanha was startled. You plan to fight Heavenly Court's people? It's just a few immortal kings. No need to care. Jiang Changkong didn't take it to heart. Wang Shanha opened his mouth. Fine, we're different. You're too strong. Then why don't you just kill Akaji? There's no rush. One Akaji can't do anything. Jiang Changkong retracted his chaos divine power and didn't say anything else. An hour later, God King Akaji flew over. God King of Justice, what a coincidence. The chaos divine fire has really calmed down. Wang Shanha, you're really shameless. But if it was him, he would be the same, right? But he wouldn't join Heavenly Court, and Heavenly Court wouldn't accept him. Jiang Changkong smiled. Thank you, God King Akaji. Let's go to the chaos divine fire. Please follow me. God King Akaji hurriedly brought him out of the star and flew above the chaos. In the void, immortal formations crisscrossed. God King Akaji knew this place and didn't slow down at all. The divine planet's barrier was endless. There were many gaps here, most the size of bowls. The immortal array covered and sealed a gap that was half the height of a person. The gray, palm-sized primal chaos flame pulsed faintly in the primal chaos currents. God King Crimsonwood opened the immortal array, and a terrifying wave of heat swept out. Wang Shanha's expression changed as he retreated, unable to withstand the might of the primal chaos divine flame. God King Red Cell's expression was solemn. He was much stronger than Wang Shanha, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Changkong was also affected by the high temperature, but he didn't feel anything. He wasn't affected at all. You guys can leave. I will stay here in seclusion. Then this king will take Brother Wang Shanha back. God King Crimsonwood was unwilling to stay any longer. He felt that Jiang Changkong knew something and was afraid that Jiang Changkong would kill him. He, this limit divine king, did not have any thoughts of making a move when facing Jiang Changkong. It was better to leave it to the Heavenly Court. Hopefully, they could deal with Jiang Changkong this time. After the two of them left, Jiang Changkong sealed the gap with his chaos divine power. The immortal array here was set up by God King Crimsonwood to hide the primal chaos divine flame. If he had to search for it himself, he wouldn't be able to find it in a short time. If he accidentally activated the primal chaos divine flame, he would be in big trouble. The primal chaos divine flame was currently in a stable state. Once it went berserk, it would turn into a sea of fire that could burn everything. He first took out 2 primal chaos divine stones and placed them on the primal chaos divine flame with his divine power. Under the scorching heat of the primal chaos divine flame, the primal chaos divine stones melted at a visible rate. A unique aura emanated from the primal chaos divine stones. Immortal characters flew out of the melted primal chaos divine stones and floated in the air. A superior immortal scripture. Not bad, but it's only at the immortal king level. Jiang Changkong was slightly disappointed. Those that could become a god king basically all had superior immortal scriptures. Even if it wasn't a superior immortal scripture at the start, one could rely on their strength or find a superior immortal scripture in a ruin to cultivate. The other, primal, chaos divine stone was also melting. This is... Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. The immortal characters that flew out of this primal, chaos, divine stone recorded information. A ruin. Moreover, it wasn't a simple ruin. It was an immortal emperor's. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Jiang Chongkong memorized the information and focused on melting the primal chaos divine stone. He also took out all sorts of materials, as long as they were peak God King grade. There was also an alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was made of extraordinary materials. He had added some grade 7 immortal emperor materials. Together with the primal chaos divine stone, the body he would refine this time would probably be stronger than his postnatal chaos Dao body. It was more than enough to withstand his divine power. He had experience refining a body in the mortal domain. With the help of the primal chaos divine fire, it was even easier. Jiang Chongkong used his divine power to control the pure materials and separate the impurities. Meanwhile, in Redwood Star, God King Chi Mu invited Wang Shanha to his temple. Brother Wang Shanha, do you know something, God King of Justice? God King Chi Mu placed a cup of tea in Wang Shanha's hand and smiled. Wang Shanha was confused. Know what? What does God King Chi Mu mean? You don't know. God King Chi Mu frowned. Why is God King of Justice in such a hurry to use the primal chaos divine fire? God King Chi Mu's face suddenly changed. Wang Shanha thought, maybe because God King of Justice is impatient to know the secret of the primal chaos divine stone. He was willing to wait 2 days before. God King Chi Mu's face was cold. I'm not sure about that. Wang Shanha shook his head. I don't have much contact with God King of Justice. I'm not familiar with him. Even if he has any secrets, he won't tell me. God King Chi Mu thought about it. Wang Shanha was right. Jiang Chongkong had only coincidentally saved him and brought him here. They weren't really familiar with each other. If that's the case, shouldn't I kill this Wang Shanha? That wouldn't do. What if Jiang Chongkong came down before the people from Heavenly Court arrived? God King Chi Mu, if there's nothing else, I'll be going down, Wang Shanha said carefully. He was really afraid that God King Chi Mu would suddenly explode and kill him. He didn't know that Jiang Chongkong had left primal chaos divine power in his body. If God King Chi Mu really dared to attack, he would only be courting death. Go. God King Chi Mu waved his hand, his killing intent dissipating. Wang Shanha let out a sigh of relief and left. I hope the people from Heavenly Court can succeed. I don't want to provoke a troublesome person like Jiang Chongkong. God King Chi Mu murmured to himself. The primal chaos divine fire burned and condensed the pure materials into a gray-gold golden crow. The golden crow was only the size of a palm, and it was covered in the lines of the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra. The golden crow hadn't been completely refined yet. It still needed 3 more days of refinement. After 3 days, his secondary body would arrive, and he could directly use it to control the golden crow's body and turn into a true golden crow. Jiang Chongkong was very tempted by the gray, primal chaos divine fire. If he could control it, he would definitely be able to challenge immortal emperors. However, the primal chaos divine fire was too powerful. He couldn't stop it right now, so he could only give up on this thought. Moreover, he already had the strip of cloth and the heaven-splitting art. The primal chaos divine fire was just icing on the cake. Chapter 641. As the primal chaos divine flame burned the golden crow divine body, information about the relic appeared in Jiang Chongkong's mind. He needed to enter the primal chaos to obtain this relic. Fortunately, it was not too far in. With the uniqueness of his Xian art and Taoist body, he could give it a try. 3 days. He would patiently wait for 3 days. Jiang Chongkong left the gap in the chaos divine flame and easily exited the immortal array. God King Crimsonwood didn't hide anything when he brought him here. It was sealed by the chaos divine power and isolated by an immortal array. Even if the people from the Heavenly Court came, the battle would not affect the chaos divine fire. He had already done everything, and was only waiting for the primal chaos divine flame to refine it for 3 days. He sat cross-legged in the void, quietly waiting for the 3 days to come. In the void, many figures shuttled back and forth, arriving quickly. On the other side, the Demon Emperor also made his move. Jiang Changkong didn't expect Kuan-Yu to be so efficient. It was just that he had just given the order, and the matter was settled in less than a day. The chariot was engraved with images of the Golden Crow, the ancient divine ape, and various demon races. In addition to the Golden Crow, the divine palanquin was also engraved with a sky full of stars and an ancient bell. The palanquin was connected to the chariot and pulled by the chariot. As for how to move the war chariot, the heaven-devouring python that was previously suppressed was responsible for pulling the war chariot. The Demon Emperor entered the palanquin, and the 4 divine apes drove the chariot, urging the sky-swallowing python to fly quickly. Demon Master Kuan-Yu and the other immortal kings followed secretly. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Changkong, who was sitting cross-legged, estimated when they would arrive. The people from the heavenly court would arrive first, the Demon Emperor, and the others would probably be much slower. A day passed. Jiang Changkong could already sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the distance. The immortals of the heavenly court were about to arrive. Jiang Changkong was still sitting cross-legged in the void, as if he didn't sense anything. The immortals of the heavenly court were even more arrogant than he had imagined. They hadn't even completely concealed their auras. Of course, if he didn't know that people from the heavenly court would come, he wouldn't have thought that they were from the heavenly court. Another half a day passed. Countless golden characters appeared in the distance, sealing off the void. His surroundings changed, and a new starry sky appeared. Heavenly cycle star formation. The golden characters were like chains shuttling through space. These words were even capable of sealing space. Clearly, they were worried that he would use a spatial artifact to escape again. Shao Chun stood up, and the incomplete innate divine runes shone on his body. The most primitive laws were exposed without reservation. The law of primal chaos described the great Tao of primal chaos. Jiang Changkong looked coldly at the figures that appeared. Among them were his old acquaintances, Heavenly King Ziwei and Immortal King Vanquisher. Long time no see, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei. Jiang Changkong spoke calmly, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. Boundless purple energy erupted from Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's body, and a purple star materialized beneath his feet. The aura of a peak-stage immortal king shook the starry space. Heavenly King Ziwei's expression turned cold. This king is very fortunate that I didn't kill you with a single palm strike back then and chose to wait until today. Oh. Jiang Changkong raised his brows as he looked at Heavenly Monarch Ziwei with great interest. That makes me curious. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei should hate me to death. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei uttered coldly, Holy Land. The Heavenly Court's celestial arch was well aware of the situation in the Holy Land. Allowing Jiang Changkong to bring out the Heavenly Tao fragment was a bad thing, but it was also a good thing. The bad thing didn't fall into his hands. The good thing was that if it was still in the Holy Land, they would most likely never be able to bring it out. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Changkong's face. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei, how do you plan on taking what you want this time? Jiang Changkong, this king has watched you get to where you are today. You are indeed the most suitable heavenly god of justice. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression was expressionless, as if he was meeting an old friend. As long as you can mend your ways and return to the heavenly court, we can join forces to create a new celestial realm. Mend my ways? Return to the heavenly court? Jiang Changkong sneered. You want me to mend my ways after what the heavenly court did? You should be the ones to mend your ways. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei stood on the purple star like a high and mighty monarch, and his voice was like heavenly thunder. Isn't the celestial realm the same everywhere? How much better is the divine court you are in right now? Is this an excuse you're giving yourself? Jiang Changkong asked in an indifferent voice. It's not an excuse. If you want to achieve great things, what's a little trick? There are countless immortals in the celestial realm, including you. But who doesn't have mountains of corpses and seas of blood beneath their feet? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei spoke in a cold voice. You are the same as us. Only by unifying the celestial realm and controlling everything will you have the right to create a new world. There is a slight difference between us, Jiang Changkong said in an indifferent voice. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Even though there are innocent subordinates under me, they all deserve to die. The laws of chaos rippled around Jiang Changkong's body as boundless chaos rose behind him. They are all people who provoked me. They are all sinners. You provoked me. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei spoke in a cold voice. How laughable. Who killed them? They didn't provoke me. Immortal Monarch defeating armies spoke in a cold voice. Heavenly Monarch, let me kill him. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei spoke in a cold voice. This is your last chance. Hand over the item, and you will still be my subordinate, the heavenly god of justice. Heavenly Monarch, can you be at ease with me under your command? Jiang Changkong snickered. Chaotic divine power surged beneath his feet, and cracks appeared on the heavenly cycle star array. Now, you are no different from an ant before me. Insolence! Immortal Monarch defeating armies roared. He attacked first without waiting for Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's order. The might of a monarch and the strength of a godly monarch were enough to shake the heavens and annihilate countless living beings. After being separated for so long, Immortal Monarch defeating armies has remained stagnant. How disappointing. Jiang Changkong raised his palm disdainfully, and a chaotic divine light shot out. Boom! The chaotic divine light descended, and Immortal Monarch defeating armies was sent flying before disappearing. He didn't die? Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. Immortal Monarch defeating armies had merged into the heavenly cycle star array. Face the heavenly cycle star array. Immortal Monarch Ziwei's body disappeared, and billions of stars appeared. Roar! The billions of stars arranged themselves to form a divine dragon. Rich, connate divine might exuded from the starry divine dragon's body. Roar! A roar sounded, and the stars combined again to form a giant divine tiger. It also had connate divine might. Screech! A piercing cry could be heard as a golden firebird appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, there was a divine beast that fused with a ghost snake. Oh, these are the 4 great divine beasts? Jiang Changkong frowned. Is this considered a formation within a formation? I should be thanking you for reviving the heavenly court's heavenly Tao and allowing us to borrow the remnant power of the 4 great divine beasts. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said coldly, You're not the only one with a celestial position. Kill. Dragon roars, tiger roars, vermilion bird screeches, black tortoise roars. The 4 great divine beasts surrounded Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's body enlarged, turning into a 10,000 feet tall giant. Although he was still small compared to the 4 great divine beasts, the terrifying aura he exuded was not weaker than the 4 great divine beasts. Boom! His fists and palms collided with the 4 great divine beasts. The divine dragon tumbled away, and the divine tiger could not break through its body. The vermilion bird's flames burned, but it was swept away by the chaotic divine power. The divine turtle roared, and cracks appeared on its shell, which was said to be the strongest defense. Boundless divine power surged. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's eyes shone with purple light, and the purple star beneath his feet flickered with rich heaven power and a trace of connate divine might. The purple light was dazzling, and a hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Changkong's eyes. Chapter 642. The purple star, trembled with boundless divine might and divine power. The power of heaven drifted and guided the purple star to form a purple divine sword. The connate divine power came from the purple divine sword. Jiang Changkong was slightly shocked. Was Heavenly Monarch Ziwei going to become an immortal emperor? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei guided the divine sword's power, and faint connate divine patterns appeared in the air. Today, I will kill you and become an immortal emperor. Purple energy surged like a purple river. The divine sword slashed down. Under the support of the heaven's power, the innate divine might was only slightly weaker than the flame spear that Shao Qin had encountered previously. The 4 divine beasts roared, and the connate divine power became even stronger. It was also only weaker than a complete god emperor treasure. Rumble! The heavenly cycle star array activated, and the power of countless stars surged. Under the enhancement of the great heavenly cycle star formation, the stars glowed faintly, as if ancient divine stars were reviving. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. This power had far surpassed Kuan-Yu, who had a god emperor treasure. Just as he was about to attack, a divine sword exuding an evil aura flew out and landed in his hand. Roar! Arg! The blood-curdling screams and wails sounded as if countless evil ghosts had crawled out from hell. Countless blood-colored figures shuttled around Jiang Changkong. The Wu-slaying sword. There were no connate divine patterns, but there were countless vengeful souls. There was another unique aura, the wails of despair and the rage of vengeful souls. Jiang Changkong held the Wu-slaying sword and injected chaotic divine power into it. The demonic sound attacked the heavenly cycle star array. The purple light dimmed. The star that formed the 4 great divine beasts was also extinguished. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei was shocked and angry. Wu-slaying sword. Ziwei, you're still far from it. Jiang Changkong slashed out, and countless human vengeful souls turned into a blood-colored sword projection like a river of blood. Countless human figures struggled frantically in the river of blood. The smell of blood was extremely dense everywhere it passed. The 4 divine beasts were disintegrating, and the purple light was disappearing. Boom! The blood of an immortal monarch splashed across space. The bodies of godly monarchs were torn apart by countless vengeful souls. The eerie Wu-slaying sword not only slaughtered shamans but also immortals. The purple star was sliced in half, and Heavenly Monarch Ziwei was sent flying. His purple divine sword was sent flying, and only half of it remained. My Ziwei sword! Heavenly Monarch Ziwei yelled and hurriedly reached for the sword. Buzz! The power of heaven fluctuated as the Ziwei sword tore through space and disappeared into the spatial crack. No! Heavenly Monarch Ziwei let out an enraged roar as he reached into the spatial rift, but he was unable to grab onto the Ziwei sword. He could only watch as half of the sword flew away. It seems like Heavenly Monarch Ziwei is not the Ziwei sword. Jiang Changkong smiled coldly and said, "There was a fluctuation of heavenly power earlier. The heavenly Tao did not choose you. The North Star Emperor is probably someone else." "Chi!" and said Heavenly Emperor Tao. His eyes said the divine star. It's star. You used the power of heaven to take away my Ziwei sword. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei almost lost his mind in anger. The shattered purple star entered his body, and his divine might broke through the limit. Kill! Furious roars sounded. Several immortal monarchs rushed out of the star, including immortal monarch Pejuan. How are you going to struggle after losing the connate divine might and the array? Jiang Changkong smiled disdainfully. The Wu-slaying sword's thousands of blood souls rose again. The eerie bloody light seemed to want to devour these immortal monarchs. The bloody light slashed down, and the vengeful souls took their lives. Heads flew, bodies broke, and godly monarchs died. Chaotic divine power forcefully collected the souls, but unfortunately their souls were restricted and couldn't be collected. No godly monarch could withstand the bloody light. They could only stay alive. When the bloody light approached heavenly monarch Ziwei, a golden light shot out of his body and took him into space. So he really is an important figure of the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong walked among the godly monarch corpses and collected the resources. Thinking about Kuan-Yu, he didn't feel disappointed that he couldn't kill heavenly monarch Ziwei this time. However, he didn't expect that heavenly monarch Ziwei would dare to kill him with just these few people and these few tricks. Weren't they just here to give him resources? Jiang Changkong counted the resources of these immortal monarchs. There were a total of 6 immortal monarchs. Immortal monarch Pujuan's death could be considered to have completed his deal with the heavenly court. These 6 immortal monarchs weren't as rich as he had imagined. Each of them only had 900,000 essence, energy, and spirit. As for the heaven power in their bodies, only 3 of them had committed a grave sin. 5, 7 million essence, energy, and spirit. It was already 11 million. Before the secondary body arrived, he could first improve his chaotic Tao body. After putting away immortal monarch Pujuan's corpse, Jiang Changkong began to improve. The heaven fragment shook again. Jiang Changkong's postnatal chaotic Tao body reached perfection. The connate divine pattern was evolving rapidly. It was only 20% away from perfection. The azure light in his body was extremely dense. His divine power also increased and strengthened. A terrifying power surged in his body. This time, suppressing a God Emperor's treasure was not difficult at all. Jiang Changkong tried to suppress the heaven fragment, but he still couldn't suppress it. On the other hand, the demon ancestor and the monster emperor took the initiative to move the divine artifact origin that they found. When he reached the celestial emperor level, he should be able to beat these 2 divine artifact origins. However, should he give the monster emperor immortal position and this fragment to his secondary body? It didn't seem to be of much use to him. This time, his secondary body came here to bring something back to stabilize his position as the monster emperor. The monster emperor immortal position and this fragment will be given to my secondary body. After making up his mind, Jiang Changkong looked at his own data. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal king, god king, 6th revolution mystic art, perfection, 1/24. 3 million postnatal chaotic Tao body, perfection, 1/24. 3 million golden crow immortal sutra, Desheng, 3037, 500/3, 037, 500 essence, energy, and spirit, 300-320-inch divine king crimsonwood. Let's wait for my secondary body to arrive. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes. His secondary body was about to arrive. In the void, the golden runes that sealed off the space also disappeared. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted, shaking 10,000 miles. Billowing demonic chi swept across 10,000 miles. A giant python dragged the golden crow chariot over. Buzz. At this moment, a golden light smashed down and landed on the chariot. How dare you sneak attack the monster emperor in front of me? Sun Wuxing was shocked and angry. He was a limit celestial king, the divine ape of Mount Huagua. How dare he not give him face? Don't be angry, divine ape. I am heavenly monarch Ziwei of the heavenly court. I have something to discuss with the monster emperor. The golden light dissipated and purple light flashed. Immortal King Ziwei, whose hair was disheveled, stood up. Ziwei. Sun Yuan was shocked. Why are you here? And look at you, did someone beat you up? Heavenly monarch Ziwei blushed with a complicated expression. There was humiliation, anger, and a strong sense of unwillingness. Sun Yuan sneered. You failed to kill the heavenly god of justice and were beaten back by him, right? Heavenly monarch Ziwei's face convulsed. I came to cooperate with the monster emperor. The current heavenly god of justice is no longer someone an immortal king can deal with. Tisk, TSK, haven't we always been cooperating? Your heavenly court is responsible for capturing people, and the monster emperor is responsible for dealing with them. Chapter 643. The previous heavenly monarch Ziwei was extremely noble and lofty, and he didn't put Jiang Changkong in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the fact that heavenly monarch Ziwei was wary of his immortal title, he wouldn't have taken him seriously at all. Back then, when they worked together, it was also the heavenly court who captured the person, and the demon emperor who was in charge of killing him. This way, he would not take the blame and would not anger the heavenly Tao. Now, he had finally made up his mind to kill. In the end, heavenly monarch Ziwei was no match for heavenly monarch Ziwei, and he was forced to flee in a sorry state. Heavenly monarch Ziwei's expression darkened. You also want to deal with Jiang Changkong? This heavenly monarch has just fought with him, and although I lost, I have gained some understanding of him. Could it be that heavenly monarch Ziwei is going to help the demon monarch? Sun Wuxing asked. Heavenly monarch Ziwei suppressed the anger in his heart and said, some experience will be helpful to demon monarchs. Sun Yuan said indifferently, then wait. Old Ape will ask the demon sovereign. Heavenly monarch Ziwei was becoming more and more displeased. In the past, he couldn't even be bothered to look at the heavenly god of justice. The demon emperor was disdainful and didn't take it seriously. Now, it seemed like he couldn't afford to offend them. He couldn't defeat heavenly god Jiang Changkong. And now that he had been defeated, he had to seek the demon emperor's permission. The spirit king is in the palanquin behind us. We didn't even try to conceal our conversation. Can't he hear us? This was completely making him look bad. Demon monarch, heavenly court's young monarch Ziwei requests an audience. Sun Yuan said respectfully. Young king Ziwei requests an audience. Have I fallen to such a state? It was one thing to ask for a meeting, but he had just been defeated, and it was indeed embarrassing. But what did little king Ziwei mean? In the palanquin, the demon emperor almost laughed out loud. He had thought that he would have to use some tricks to get heavenly monarch Ziwei to beg him. Who would have thought that heavenly monarch North Myrtle Star would come himself? Sun Yuan, that old monkey, was really vengeful. Come in. The demon emperor said indifferently. The door of the carriage opened slightly. Heavenly monarch Ziwei transformed into a streak of purple light and entered the divine palanquin. Within the palanquin, there was a hidden space. It was a palace, and the demon emperor sat on a throne. The demon emperor said indifferently, Heavenly King Ziwei, long time no see. Why are you in such a sorry state? Heavenly King Ziwei fell silent for a moment before he said, Demon monarch, since you're already aware of the situation, then why waste your breath? This prince doesn't believe that you didn't hear what was said just now. What does Heavenly King want to say? Just say it. The demon emperor said indifferently. Heavenly monarch Ziwei's expression froze. I am here to remind the demon monarch that Jiang Changkong's strength has already surpassed the divine king realm. He also possesses an immortal emperor divine weapon, the Wu-slaying sword. The demon emperor replied calmly. Heavenly monarch Ziwei frowned. The Yao emperor believes that he has the ability to defeat Jiang Changkong? Who told the heavenly king that I'm going to fight with Jiang Changkong? The demon king chuckled and said, I am a good golden crow who has contributed to the heavens. Why would I make things difficult for the heavenly Tao's chosen heavenly deity of justice? You are also the heavenly god of justice, a demon, Heavenly King Ziwei said coldly. What I value more is my status as the demon monarch. The demon monarch smiled faintly, just like how heavenly monarch Ziwei wants to be Emperor Ziwei. Heavenly monarch Ziwei fell silent. It was no secret that he wanted to be Emperor Ziwei. Even the other heavenly monarchs wanted the position of Emperor Ziwei, such as immortal King Pijuan. Heavenly monarch Ziwei knew this very well. However, immortal King Pijuan was already dead, and he was still alive. He would kill everyone else who wanted the position of Emperor Ziwei one by one. The demon monarch said indifferently, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei, it just so happens that I know something about Immortal Emperor Ziwei. Immortal Emperor Ziwei? Where? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression shifted as he hurriedly asked. Why should I tell you? The demon monarch sneered. Where is Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's sincerity? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei calmed down. What sincerity do you need? It depends on what Heavenly Monarch can bring me, the demon monarch said indifferently. Heavenly Monarch is surrounded by wolves in the heavenly court. It's difficult for me to advance in the demon court. You want me to help you rise in the demon race. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression darkened slightly. I can't interfere in the demon court. The demon monarch said coldly, then there's no need for further discussion. Let that person comprehend Immortal Emperor Ziwei's position. What? Someone has already obtained Immortal Emperor Ziwei's position? Who is that person? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression changed drastically. No wonder his divine sword was taken away by the heavenly Tao. It had to return to the hands of the true Emperor Ziwei, not this Heavenly Monarch Ziwei. His title of Heavenly Monarch was conferred by the heavenly court, not the heavenly Tao. I don't know. The demon monarch sneered. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. I promise to help you rise in the demon court. You don't need to rise. Just help me recruit the demon race, the loyal demon race. The demon monarch didn't hide his ambition. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei suddenly sneered. Donghuang Changyue, loyal to the demon court, you really hit it well. I had no choice. The demon monarch sighed softly. Sooner or later, you'll be like me, boarded a pirate ship, and don't even think about leaving. At that time, you will also shout that you had no choice. How do you plan to deal with Jiang Changkong? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei asked. A deal. The demon monarch said, we each take what we need. Jiang Changkong has what he needs, such as guarding the East Sea. I have my own needs, the demon race's treasures. The East Sea? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Heavenly Monarch, don't try anything funny. I won't allow it, and neither will Peng Lai. The demon monarch's voice became colder. I am doing this deal for your own good. He dared to say this because he wasn't afraid of Heavenly Monarch Ziwei. The East Sea had Peng Lai's protection. In addition, the Dragon King had a celestial position to protect him. So Heavenly Monarch Ziwei really couldn't do anything to the East Sea. Will Jiang Changkong agree? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei asked coldly. The demon monarch said with certainty he will. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said, then I want to see how the demon monarch will make Jiang Changkong agree. The demon monarch didn't say anything else. The sky-devouring python roared and charged toward the chaos divine flame. Roar! The sky-devouring python roared, and its demonic aura shook the surrounding divine stars. Jiang Changkong looked toward the direction of the demonic aura with a hint of anticipation. His gaze pierced through the boundless space, through the divine stars, and focused on the sky-devouring python. At this moment, he was like the god Tharch back then, piercing through countless spaces and looking at him in the sacred land. Jiang Changkong didn't know how strong he was now, and whether he could compare to an immortal emperor, but even if he was weak, he was not much weaker than an ordinary early-stage immortal emperor. The huge, sky-devouring python swam in the void, pulling the war chariot, crushing the immortal array patterns, and arrived at Jiang Changkong. The demon master Kuan-Yu was hidden in the void in a magnificent chariot and an exquisite divine sedan. Divine King of Justice, demon monarch of the demon race, Donghuang Changyue, see you again. On the war chariot, Sun Yuan cupped his hands. Jiang Changkong concealed his aura. Donghuang Changyue, you came personally this time. Do you want to fight or what? Inside the divine carriage, golden light flashed, chaotic aura flowed, and a figure stepped out. I came here to make a deal with the divine King of Justice, to bring back the demon race's treasures. Oh. Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly. How do you want to make a deal? The demon monarch glanced at the dark void. This is a big deal. Why don't we talk somewhere else, lest a bunch of ants spy on us? I am refining an important treasure, so I can't leave. Why don't we go up and talk? After saying that, Jiang Chongkong stepped into the immortal array. Chapter 644. Chaotic divine power spread through the gap in the barrier and sealed the place. Jiang Chongkong pondered for a moment, then took out a strip of cloth and sealed the place. This time, even celestial emperors and celestial thearchs wouldn't be able to pry into it. There was no so-called discussion. He just had to wait patiently for the Golden Crow's body to be refined. The celestial title given by the monster thearch was also transferred into the Golden Crow's body. The divine artifact fragment also followed. After entering the Golden Crow's body, the fragment seemed to be very active and released a suppressive force, but it didn't alarm the chaotic divine flame. The suppressive force made Jiang Chongkong's main body feel pressured, but his secondary body didn't feel anything. There was only a sense of affinity. Golden Crow, celestial scripture. How could he forget this? Since it was related to the monster thearch, he should have tried using the Golden Crow, celestial scripture before. He didn't rush to use the Golden Crow, celestial scripture. When he encountered this suppressive force again, he had the power to resist. Now he only felt great pressure as if he was carrying thousands of stars on his back. The divine power in his body was suppressed by 20%. Even a fragment had such divine might. This complete fragment must be a saint-level weapon, a 9th-grade divine artifact. The suppressive force spread here, and the monsters below were also excited. They all sensed the monster race's supreme treasure fragment. The monster race's treasure. This is the monster race's treasure. Sun Wuxing and the other divine apes said excitedly. Kuan Yu and the other monster mortal kings were also excited. No, this treasure came out. Didn't it mean that the transaction was successful? Did the monster, the arch, really get it? Then, how could they reap the benefits? Kuan Yu and the other immortal kings were confused. Did we come for nothing? The monsters in the dark were confused. Sun Yuan and the other monsters were excited, but also a little worried. If the transaction failed, what if the divine king of justice suddenly killed them? They couldn't see anything from the endless chaotic divine power, so they could only wait patiently. A day passed smoothly, and the Golden Crow divine body was finally forged. The divine power surged, and the secondary body entered it. Jiang Chongkong injected divine power again to increase the secondary body's strength. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The divine artifact fragment released a unique aura and merged with the Golden Crow divine body. Boom! A terrifying divine might penetrated the chaotic divine energy and spread out, suppressing the void. Sun Yuan and the other immortal monarchs of Flower Fruit Mountain, Kuan Yu and the other immortal monarchs of the demon race, and even heavenly monarch Ziwei inside the divine palanquin. All of them sensed this divine might. This was a pressure that completely surpassed the God King realm. Even though there was no Xiantian aura, it made them feel as though they were facing an immortal emperor. A grayish golden crow passed through the chaotic divine power and transformed into a demon emperor. The boundless divine might was emitted by the demon emperor. Congratulations, demon sovereign. Your strength has improved greatly. Sun Yuan congratulated. I should thank the divine king of justice for allowing this emperor to receive the treasure and further improve my strength. The demon emperor's face was full of smiles. This matter was completely unexpected. When the Golden Crow divine body came to life, the aura released by the fragment had improved his Golden Crow divine body to another level. This Golden Crow divine body had already surpassed the acquired chaotic Tao body. Of course, it was only temporary. In the future, it would definitely not be able to keep up with the chaotic Taoist body. He also knew the specific origin of the fragment. Immortal Bell, Primal Chaos Bell, the primordial demon emperor, the companion treasure of the East Emperor Tai, had immeasurable power. Even though it was only a fragment, it was still very terrifying, comparable to any god emperor's treasure. Jiang Chongkong was now guessing the origin of the cloth. Could it be a fragment of the Panga banner? It was very likely. There was a part of the Panga banner that had the Pango axe drawn on it. His strip of cloth had an axe drawn on it. There was no doubt about it. Only these supreme treasures had the possibility of forming the Pango axe. Thank you, Divine King of Justice. Sun Yuan and the other 4 divine apes thanked the chaotic power. Jiang Chongkong flew down from the sky and said indifferently, "It's a fair trade, each taking what he needs." I wonder what treasure the Demon Emperor has retrieved. There was a fluctuation in the void, and Kuin-Yu appeared with the Demon Immortal King. The Demon Emperor frowned and said with a cold expression, "Do I still need to report to the Demon Master?" Kuin-Yu's expression changed slightly. "Demon Emperor, I'm just worried that the Demon Emperor has been deceived. I know what the treasure looks like." Jiang Chongkong's gaze froze. The Demon Emperor suddenly smiled and put his hands behind his back. "Since the Demon Master wants to see it, I will naturally fulfill your wish. However, Demon Master, don't regret it. I'm doing this for the Demon Emperor's own good. Demon Emperor, please don't do anything rash. I just want to verify the treasure." Kuin-Yu's expression was ugly. He was really afraid that the Demon Emperor would directly attack him. "I don't have good control over this treasure. I just got it, so I'm not very familiar with it." The Demon Emperor's gaze turned cold. "Are you sure you want to see it?" Kuin-Yu's expression darkened. It was obvious that the Demon Emperor wanted to test him. Thinking of the Heavenly Dao Palace, Kuin-Yu gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "For the Demon Court, I'm willing to take the risk." "Everyone be careful too." The Demon Emperor sneered. The celestial bell fragment in his body released its aura, and the shadow of an ancient divine bell condensed above the Demon Emperor's head. Ancient, gray air currents surrounded the shadow of the divine bell. Clang! The divine bell vibrated and a bell chime sounded. It wasn't particularly deafening, but it was extremely long and terrifying. The void around the Demon Emperor collapsed. Wherever the bell chime passed, the sound directly exploded in everyone's heads, and blood seeped out of their orifices. The nearby divine stars trembled and trembled as if they were about to collapse. Splat! Immortal King blood splattered, and Kuin-Yu was sent flying. His immortal body was full of cracks. The other immortal kings also had their immortal bodies cracked, but they didn't fly out. A suppressive force locked them in place. As for Kuin-Yu, just as he got up, the suppressive force came. His knees weakened, and he knelt in the void. The Demon Emperor had his hands behind his back, and the melodious bell chime echoed in the endless void for a long time. The void within a 5,000-kilometer radius cracked, unable to withstand the terrifying power contained in the bell chime. Inside the divine palanquin, Heavenly King Ziwei was also in a miserable state. Could this be a fully activated 7th-grade immortal artifact? Demon Master, did you see it clearly? The Demon Emperor looked coldly at the kneeling Kuin-Yu. If he didn't see it clearly, he didn't mind doing it again. He had already held back. Otherwise, Kuin-Yu and the immortal kings present would definitely be dead. Yes, I saw it clearly. Kuin-Yu bled from his 7 orifices, and his expression was twisted in pain. He felt that his soul was about to be torn apart by the power contained in the bell. This was simply a demonic bell. Looking at Sun Yuan and the other 3, Kuin-Yu saw that they were completely unharmed. Kuin-Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. "You said that you couldn't control it well? If he doesn't control it well, he'll only attack us and not harm the 4 immortal kings of Flowerfruit Mountain?" The phantom of the divine bell dissipated, and so did the sound of the bell. The Demon Emperor said indifferently, "Look carefully. In the future, you will know your place and understand who the Demon Emperor is." Kuin-Yu gritted his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Demon Sovereign, This is not the treasure of the demon race that I sensed. The divine king of justice did not take out the real treasure. That's what you sensed, not what I sensed. The spirit demon sovereign said coldly, his eyes were cold. Are you saying that this isn't the real treasure? Yes, it is a treasure, just not as precious as what this subordinate sensed. That is a palace that contains the Tao scriptures of 10,000 races, the weaknesses of 10,000 races. Jiang Changkong, demons, let's switch to the demon master. Sun Yuan, I really wanted to laugh. What should I do? Demon master, step down. Chapter 645. At a time like this, Kuin, you still believed in the heavenly Tao palace. It would be fine if he believed it, but as the demon master, he couldn't recognize this divine bell. He couldn't recognize it because he was a fake. Demon Emperor, I'm not someone you can dismiss at will. Kuin Yu's expression was cold. Make him resign? Why? Just because he was the demon emperor? This guy was just a tool to be used. This divine bell is the demon emperor's ultimate treasure. The divine bell phantom appeared above the demon emperor's head again. Although it was only a phantom, it contained infinite divine might, a will that could suppress the heavens and the earth, as well as an everlasting might, pressed down on all the divine stars. Immortal King Laws bowed before the divine bell, unable to activate them. Facing this ancient divine artifact, the immortal kings couldn't even think of fighting. Gray primal chaos chi swirled around the divine bell's phantom, forming a boundless primal chaos. The chaos bell phantom above the demon emperor's head suppressed the void. Countless years ago, heaven and earth were first judged, the celestial world first appeared, and the golden crow was born on the sun. The companion treasure was born with the demon emperor, and it was called the Chaos Bell. The demonic beast emperor's voice was like thunder, like the heavenly voice of the 9 heavens, echoing in the void. Chaos Bell. It's actually the Chaos Bell. No wonder it has such divine might. The primordial demon emperor's companion treasure is one of the strongest treasures in the celestial world. The demon emperor is indeed the demon emperor. Sun Yuan was extremely excited, his eyes flashing. The demon emperor, the entire demon race should submit, even the demon master. Sun Wuxing's eyes were fiery, and he didn't forget to look at Kuan Yu. The demon emperor's expression was indifferent, and he didn't say a word. He didn't expect that he would directly change from the heavenly demon of justice to the demon emperor. The demon emperor chosen by the primordial demon emperor, and now with the chaos bell, who dares to say that the demon emperor is not worthy. Sun Yuan's gaze swept across the other immortal kings. The expressions of the other immortal kings changed. Forget about the primordial demon emperor. They had never come into contact with him. So how could they know if he was real or not? But now, the appearance of the Chaos Bell completely confirmed the demon emperor's identity. If he wasn't the real demon emperor, how could he use the Chaos Bell? Kuan Yu's expression was gloomy. Demon sovereign, I did see a palace earlier. It is related to the demon race's treasure. Demon master, I don't have the palace you speak of. Jiang Changkong said lightly, even if there is, why should this king give it to you? Demon Emperor, please bring back more treasures for the sake of the demon court, said Kuan Yu solemnly. Demon Master, it's time for you to leave. The spirit demon sovereign spoke indifferently as he looked down at the blazing star below. When I do things, it's not up to a piece of trash like you to tell me what to do. You, the demon master's face turned cold. But when he saw the Demon King's cold gaze, he could only admit defeat. The current Demon Emperor was no longer the Demon Emperor that could be easily bullied and ignored. The primordial Chaos Bell, just now, tore the void apart. This was no weaker than an ordinary immortal emperor. Going against the Demon Emperor, wasn't that the same as courting death? Kuan, you didn't want to die yet. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. The other immortal kings looked at each other and left with Kuan Yu. No matter how powerful a demon sovereign was, he was still a demon sovereign. Standing behind Kuan Yu was a demon sovereign. Furthermore, even if he were to pledge allegiance to the demon master and the demon monarch, he couldn't do it now. If he did, he would offend the demon master and the demon monarch. It was best to pledge allegiance, secretly. Demon sovereign. The 4 old apes flew over and looked at the primordial chaos bell image eagerly. Can you let us take a closer look? The image dissipated and a fragment appeared. The demon sovereign sighed softly. Only 1 fragment. What a pity. Just 1 fragment is already very terrifying. I'm afraid only immortal emperors can resist the might of a demon sovereign. The 4 old apes flattered. The demon sovereign waved his hand and smiled. Let's get down to business. God King of Justice has given me a huge gift. A fragment of the primordial chaos bell is indeed a huge gift. Sun Yuanqi grinned. Not only that, there are a few more below. The demon sovereign stepped forward and entered the blazing star. Sun Yuanqi and the other 3 hurriedly followed. The heaven-devouring python brought the war chariot and divine palanquin into the blazing star. The heaven-devouring python didn't dare to say a word and was as quiet as a loach. Inside the blazing star, God King Chi Mu's expression was solemn. Heavenly court lost, and it was a miserable defeat. Heavenly King Ziwei escaped, and the other immortal kings died. He didn't know if Jiang Changkong suspected him and would attack him. Buzz, a peerless divine, might descended. Golden crow robes, shoulder-length hair, and 3 eyes on his forehead. His face was cold, and his eyes were emotionless. You are. God King Chi Mu's expression changed drastically. He felt a cold, killing intent, one that was not concealed at all. Demon Sovereign, Dong Huang Changyue. The Demon Sovereign's heavenly eye opened, and a gray divine light mixed with sun divine fire enveloped God King Chi Mu. A shrill scream resounded. A peak God King couldn't resist the heavenly eye at all. His vitality dissipated, and death enveloped Chi Mu. As God King Chi Mu struggled, he revealed his true form. It was a fire divine tree. God King Chi Mu. The scream alarmed the other God Kings in the star, and they all flew over to investigate. When they saw clearly, none of them dared to approach. The 4 divine apes flew over, and Sun Wuxing's peak immortal king pressure made them despair. The heaven-devouring python roared and descended on the blazing star with the war chariot and divine palanquin. This sovereign is Dong Huang Changyue. The demon sovereign slowly turned around and looked at one of the god kings. Wang Shanhe, the god king of justice, recommended you to this sovereign. Are you willing to join this sovereign? Demon sovereign, god king of justice? Wang Shanhe was dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong smiled. Rather than constantly moving and looking for another backer, why don't we find a bigger backer? This sovereign, no, this subordinate is willing. Wang Shanhe no longer hesitated, and he hurriedly bowed. What about the rest of you? The demon sovereign looked at the other god kings. We are willing to submit to the demon sovereign and follow him for all eternity, the god kings said excitedly. Many of them wanted to join the heavenly court and divine court, but they weren't accepted. Now that there was a chance, they were naturally willing. In their opinion, joining the demon sovereign was the same as joining the demon court. Sun Yuan, in the future, Wang Shanhe will be your deputy, and you will command the demon sovereign's army, the demon sovereign said. Sun Yuan took a step forward, and his voice was sonorous. Old ape, I will not let you down. These resources are a gift to the God King of Justice. God King of Justice, we shall meet again if fate allows. The demon sovereign waved his hand, and God King Crimson Wood's spatial equipment was given to Jiang Changkong. Sun Yuan and the others didn't say anything. Although they were tempted by the resources, they were also grateful for the manpower Jiang Changkong sent. Farewell. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. turned into light, and left. The demon sovereign already had a divine body, and he could accumulate the power of heaven in the future. When he accumulated to a certain level, his strength would increase greatly. God King Crimson Wood's corpse was still there, and the demon sovereign threw it to Sun Yuan. Immortal King Sun, you have worked hard. This divine tree is not bad for refining treasures. Thank you, demon sovereign. Sun Yuan hurriedly received it with an excited expression. This was the true body of a peak god king. After he became a god king, the metal rod in the past wasn't suitable anymore. Now that he had God King Crimson Wood, the metal rod's quality could also be improved to the peak. Let's return. The demon sovereign turned into light and entered the divine carriage. Heavenly King Ziwei was still waiting here. Chapter 646. Inside the palanquin, Heavenly King Ziwei looked at the returning Yao Emperor and congratulated him. Congratulations, Yao Emperor, for finding the treasure. Yao Emperor smiled. Ziwei, I already said that we can trade. If you chose to trade, you would have gotten the item back. Heavenly King Ziwei shook his head. Jiang Chongkong couldn't trade what he wanted, or what the Celestial Darch wanted. That was a heavenly Tao fragment. How could a piece of heaven be traded? I have many questions after talking with the divine King of Justice. Yao Emperor sat down. Heavenly quartz, heavenly cycle star formation is more powerful than the Yao quartz. It can light up the stars in the formation. According to what I know, the heavenly cycle star formation originally belonged to the Yao court. Heavenly King, Ziwei pondered for a moment. Then it became a formation to suppress the ancient heaven realm. The ancient heavenly court also used it, but it's not as powerful as the Yao court. That's because the heavenly cycle star formation can only reach its limit with the complete bell of chaos and the divine stars of the heavenly realm. That's because the heavenly court can only use it to its limit with the complete bell of chaos and the divine stars of the heavenly realm. The heavenly court's heavenly cycle star formation can fight against sages. Heavenly court used it with the divine stars? Yao Emperor thought. The power of heaven and the heavenly cycle star formation should have been strengthened. Combined with the heavenly Tao, the power of heaven. Heavenly King, Ziwei hesitated. The Celestial Darch has already seen a lot of the power of heaven and can use a trace of the power of the divine stars, but it's still lacking. What level is the power of heaven at now? Jiang Chongkong asked. Yao Emperor, I've already said enough. Heavenly King Ziwei said solemnly. If he continued, he would have to hand over the heavenly court's secrets, but he hadn't gotten any benefits. Heavenly King Ziwei didn't tell him anything about the immortal title. Yao Emperor smiled. Don't worry, Heavenly King. The immortal title can't be rushed. Although I don't know exactly where it is. I can vaguely sense it. Really? A hint of joy flashed through Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's eyes. Please tell me, Demon Monarch. I only know where it is. The range is a bit big, Heavenly King Ziwei said. Can it be bigger than the immortal world? Heavenly King Ziwei asked coldly. The Demon Emperor chuckled. Heavenly King Ziwei was right. He didn't even have a rough idea of where he was. How long would it take for him to search the entire immortal realm? If I tell the Heavenly King, then the Heavenly King will have to tell me how much the heavenly Tao of the heavenly court has recovered. This king will definitely not hide anything. The Demon Emperor thought for a moment and said, Heavenly court! What? Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Immortal Ziwei is in the heavenly court! This emperor is also very surprised. This is the result of this emperor and the God King of Justice's combined efforts to sense the power of the heavenly Tao and use the bell of chaos fragments to deduce it. The Demon Emperor explained. The chaos bell was a divine artifact that had appeared since the beginning of the world. It was a supreme treasure of the primordial Demon Emperor. It should not be a problem for it to deduce the heavenly secrets, right? Heavenly King Ziwei's expression darkened. The Heavenly Court's ancient records state that the chaotic bell has the ability to deduce the profound secrets of the heavenly Tao. It looks like there's no mistake. He had never thought that Ziwei's immortal position was in the Heavenly Court. He, Heavenly Monarch Ziwei, was completely oblivious to this. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao had not seen how diligently he had been governing the Heavenly Court all these years? Heavenly Monarch, perhaps you can take another path. The immortal position already belongs to someone, and it is almost impossible to take it from them, the Demon Emperor advised. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression was silent, and his expression flickered with a myriad of emotions. Take another path? What other path do I have? Forever be a heavenly monarch? When the heavenly Tao truly awakens, it is unknown whether or not I will still be a heavenly monarch. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression was sinister. Moreover, how could a heavenly monarch compare to Emperor Ziwei? Emperor Ziwei was the master of the stars, a myriad manifestation grandmaster, second only to the master of the heavenly court. Even the master of the heavenly court had to give Emperor Ziwei some face. As for a heavenly monarch, no matter how he ordered, he was just a subordinate. The demon emperor snickered coldly in his heart. This heavenly monarch, Ziwei's ambition, was greater than he had expected. However, the greater the ambition, the easier it was to use. As long as he grasped hold of Ziwei's immortal position, he would be able to use this heavenly monarch Ziwei. However, when he thought of Zilan, he still felt a little unbearable. It was truly her misfortune to have such a father. Heavenly King, the other option is to join me and become a member of the demon race. At that time, I will also bestow a good position to the Heavenly King. The Demon Emperor said lightly. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei's expression turned cold. Don't mention this again. What he wanted was the esteemed position of Emperor Ziwei, not a lowly demon. If he didn't have a request, the demon race, in his eyes, was just a bunch of disgusting reptiles. Since Heavenly King doesn't appreciate it, then let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about the Heavenly Court's Heavenly Tao. The Demon Emperor said indifferently. He had already given her a chance. She looked down on the demon race. In the future, whether she wanted to be a little demon or not would depend on her mood. I'm not sure exactly how much the Heavenly Tao of the Heavenly Courts has recovered. I only know that the current Sky Emperor has already discovered many secrets from the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei said, we have already investigated how the Heavenly Tao was split into several parts. The Demon King sat up straight. How many portions? 9. As long as 6 of them are awakened, the heavenly realm will reform. The power of the Heavenly Tao will completely envelop the heavenly realm. 9 portions, 6 awakenings, heavenly realm reform? The Demon Emperor frowned. Heavenly Monarch Ziwei continued, that's right. The Heavenly Tao fragments are not the true Heavenly Tao. You can think of them as the carriers of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was omnipresent. It was invisible and only existed through these carriers. Once the Heavenly Tao was completely awakened, the Heavenly Tao would completely recover and return. The heavenly realm would also return to its original state. 6 Heavenly Tao fragments. The 3 major forces, including the Demon Court, had 4. In addition, Jiang Changkong had the Holy Earth fragment and the fragment hidden in the map. That was 6 portions. The Demon Emperor didn't know about the remaining 3. Thinking up to this point, the Demon Emperor said, the 4 major forces each have a Heavenly Tao fragment. Where are the remaining 2? The remaining 1 has already awakened. As for who it is, I don't know either. The Sky Emperor has already found the 6th fragment. It is hidden in the underworld. Heavenly Monarch, Ziwei said. The underworld? The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Sky Emperor had finally found the underworld? Did he go to the Sky River Dojo again, find that old board of the Magi Palace and get this information? The Demon Emperor is in the Sky River Temple. He is holding a broken board. I believe he knows. Heavenly monarch, Ziwei sneered. As expected, it was there. His identity as the Demon Emperor was special. If he was interested in the old board, the Heavenly Court would definitely investigate it carefully. Yu Shui and Fairy Zilon would not hide this. The underworld has disappeared for many years. Does the Heavenly Court have the confidence to find it? Asked the Demon Emperor. The Sky Emperor is confident. He should be able to sense the power of heaven, said Heavenly Monarch Ziwei. The Demon Emperor fell into deep thought. He didn't know the situation of the underworld, but it shouldn't be much better. If he came out now, he would probably be bullied. Take the underworld by himself? The Sky Emperor and the others would definitely not allow him to get involved. It would depend on whether the Demon Emperor of the Demon Court had the ambition and ability. Chapter 647. Jiang Changkong left his secondary body and counted his resources. God King Akaji had occupied the Fire Star for many years and recruited many God Kings, but there weren't many resources. After joining the Heavenly Court, God King Akaji handed over most of his resources, including the 100,000 heavenly powers used to deal with God King Akaji. He only had 53 million. His current essence, energy, and spirit were less than 7 million. He was still far from reaching the immortal Emperor realm. According to the memories in his mind, Jiang Changkong left the Fire Star. He wanted to go to the immortal Emperor ruins to take a look. An immortal emperor should have left behind some resources. The heavenly realm was about to be reformed. Once the underworld reappeared, his main body would have nowhere to run. Jiang Changkong crossed billions of miles in one step and reached the peak. He was many times faster than before. His mind was on the immortal Emperor ruins, so he didn't interfere with the immortals and gods he encountered along the way. As for Ji Chang'an, he had already received the news of immortal King Pejuan's death. He had fulfilled the conditions of the divine court. There was a huge gap in the barrier of the divine planet. The chaotic currents kept expanding the gap. Streams of chaotic currents roared and charged into the starry sky like divine dragons, crashing into a divine planet. The divine planet quickly collapsed, turning into chaos and being assimilated by the chaos. Jiang Changkong felt the chaotic power. His Tao body had reached its peak. The chaotic power could no longer harm him. He passed through the barrier and entered the chaos. Endless chaotic currents attacked him. It was as if he had returned to his homeland. Not only was there no danger, but it was also very comfortable. The chaos that gave birth to Pangu welcomed a lesser Pangu. He circulated the 6 revolutions, mystic art. The surrounding chaotic currents entered his body and quickly turned into chaotic divine power. In the boundless chaos, information about the ruins appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. If he kept going forward, there would be a teleportation array that could directly teleport him to the immortal Emperor ruins. In the gray chaos, Jiang Changkong walked alone. The incomplete connate divine runes in his body automatically appeared. There was no concept of time in the chaos. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao was still giving him essence, energy, and spirit, allowing him to know the time. 3 days passed. Jiang Changkong didn't know how far he had gone. He was already far away from the ancient heaven realm. He guessed that he shouldn't be far from the teleportation array. Although there was information about the relic, the primal chaos continued to corrode and assimilate the ancient heaven realm after so many years. He could only pray that the immortal emperor's relic and the teleportation portal had not been assimilated by the chaos. The gray chaos suddenly shook, and a dark green figure rushed out from the chaos ahead. Its bloody mouth swallowed and spat out chaotic energy, and its dark green claws tore through the chaos. Sensing the danger, Jiang Changkong's right palm tore apart the chaos with the innate divine patterns. Primal chaos surged and the airflow roiled, forming numerous gray gales. Jiang Changkong didn't move, but the dark green figure flew back. Its dark green body was the size of a small mountain, and it stood upright. Its head was enormous, and its bloody mouth was filled with sharp fangs. His eyes were blood-red like 2 lanterns, filled with violence and killing intent. Chaos Beast. Many itinerant god kings had memories of chaos beasts. Primordial beasts were of all shapes and sizes. They were creatures born from the primordial chaos, and even the weakest of them was a celestial immortal. Itinerant god kings didn't know about the strongest chaos beasts. They only knew that some immortal emperors had to avoid them. Some chaos beasts would find the barrier and barge into the ancient heaven realm. Some god kings would kill chaos beasts if they had the ability, as their bodies were treasures, better than those of the demon race. Chaos beasts of the same level could be refined into immortal or divine artifacts of the same level. This dark green chaos beast was roughly equivalent to an ultimate god king. They didn't have any sins, so the heavenly Tao couldn't control them. The dark green beast didn't run away, but instead charged forward. They did not know what fear was, unless it was a high-grade chaos beast. Only then could they feel fear. Jiang Chongkong lost interest. His palm force enveloped the beast, and chaos divine power engulfed it. Essence, spirit, plus 600 Jiang Chongkong was slightly stunned. This chaos beast contained much more essence, spirit, and spirit than ordinary immortals. Unfortunately, there was only one, and he didn't want it. When the chaos beast died, its corpse disintegrated. Jiang Chongkong saw divine patterns on its body. Those were chaos divine patterns, even more special than his innate divine soul. He would definitely be stronger after becoming an immortal emperor. Continuing his journey, Jiang Chongkong shuttled through the primordial chaos. Endless chaos surged, but he didn't encounter any more chaos beasts. Another 5 days passed, and Jiang Chongkong finally arrived at his destination. It was a 2-meter-tall, 1.5-meter wide hut made of chaos divine stones. The door was tightly shut. It's actually made of chaos divine stones. Jiang Chongkong was a little surprised. He only knew that there was a teleportation array, but he didn't know it was made of chaos divine stones. Was the relic also made of chaos divine stones? If so, how did that immortal emperor do it? How many years did it take to accumulate so many chaos divine stones to build a hut? Could the relic also be made of chaos divine stones? Chaos power surged in his palm, gathering special immortal art divine patterns and landing on the door. The door of the stone hut opened slowly, and Jiang Chongkong hurriedly walked in. The stone hut closed. It was pitch black inside, and the chaos divine stones isolated the chaotic chi flow. Countless routes were carved on the chaos divine stones, and the power of space was hidden deep within. Jiang Chongkong infused his divine power into it and activated the teleportation array. The teleportation array activated and space changed. Jiang Chongkong disappeared from the hut. When he reappeared, he was already in another building. It was a 10,000-meter wide space, and it was a huge temple completely made of chaos divine stones. The ground was also paved with chaos divine stones, and it led directly to the temple. There were 5 paths paved with chaos divine stones, and Jiang Chongkong was standing on one. There were also living beings on the other 5 paths. 2 of them were his old acquaintances, Sun Li and Sun Qing. The 2 brothers had actually come here. The 2 of them didn't notice him, and they were rushing to the huge temple. The other living beings were also rushing to the temple. Jiang Chongkong took out the heavenly book and found that it was useless here. It was blank. Only the heavenly Tao was still giving him essence, chi, and spirit. The heavenly Tao couldn't control the chaos. Jiang Chongkong quickly walked to the front of the temple. The plaque above the temple and the 3 large words surprised him. Qingfeng Temple. At the end of the Qingfeng Temple, there were 3 smaller words. 5 Manor. 5 Manor. Qingfeng Temple? Was this the palace left behind by Zhan Yuanzi? If it was Zhan Yuanzi, he could really build this place. He had lived for an unknown period of time, and the chaos divine stones he accumulated would definitely be useless. but it would be no problem for him to build a house. However, Zheng Yuanzi was definitely not an immortal emperor. Even if he didn't reach primordial chaos in the end, he was a peak immortal supremacy, mighty figure. How could this be the immortal emperor's ruins? The other living beings had already entered. No one waited for him, and they all wanted to search for treasures. A shrill scream came from the temple, and there was also the sound of chewing, as if something was swallowing something. Jiang Changkong looked at the temple. The inside of the temple was as dark as ink, and even he couldn't see clearly. He could only see 3 meters away. There was another shrill scream. Jiang Changkong saw all kinds of immortal light and samadhi, divine fire blossoming in the darkness. However, the immortal light and samadhi divine fire only blossomed for a moment before completely extinguishing. Chapter 648. Jiang Changkong was not afraid and stepped into the temple. In the darkness, chewing sounds could be heard continuously, making one's hair stand on end. Jiang Changkong turned a deaf ear. He did not sense any dangerous aura. Instead, he saw a green light. The dark green light was extremely dazzling in the darkness. Before entering, he did not see this green light. The green light expanded rapidly and turned into an ancient divine tree in the blink of an eye. There were 30 childlike fruits hanging on the divine tree. Ginseng fruit. This was very similar to the legendary ginseng fruit. Its fragrance was overflowing and made people salivate. They could not help but want to pluck one and have a taste. But with those people in front of him, he did not act rashly. Although the ginseng fruit was magical, he did not care if it did not have essence, chi, and spirit. In addition, the living beings that came in earlier and the screams let him know that this place was dangerous. If he remembered correctly, there were records in the legends that only 30 ginseng fruits could be harvested every 10,000 years. Those immortals that came in would definitely pluck the ginseng fruits when they saw them. Once they plucked them, why would there be 30 here? And that chewing sound, who was eating who? Jiang Changkong walked around the ginseng fruit. He did not encounter any danger and continued forward. In the darkness, he could not find the path and could only move forward. The temple seemed to have no end. With his speed, he did not reach the end after an hour. It was still dark around him. Jiang Changkong's body came to a stop, and his chaos divine energy surged out. Since there was no path, he would fight his way out. The chaos divine power turned into a gray, chaos divine dragon, roaring and charging in the darkness. Rumble. In the darkness, the chaos divine power did not know what to hit. Even if it was the chaos divine power, he could not see clearly. An extreme sense of danger came from behind him. He turned and punched. Boom! Chaos surged. In the darkness, a violent aura and chaos power surged in all directions. Jiang Changkong didn't know what he had hit, but that thing should already be dead. But the surroundings were still dark. Buzz! There was a slight fluctuation. Jiang Changkong's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly retreated. A cold light tore through the darkness. It was where he had been standing, at his throat. If he had not sensed the danger, his throat would have been torn apart. This place is more dangerous than I expected. Jiang Changkong's expression was gloomy. With a flip of his hand, a strip of cloth appeared in his hand. As he infused his chaos divine energy into the ancient divine banner, a destructive aura spread out from it. The dark void was cracking like a mirror. It was a divine weapon that had existed since ancient times, and it could tear through everything. In the darkness, the chewing sound stopped, as if it had sensed danger. Jiang Changkong felt like he was being watched. A group of things were spying on him. A terrifying sense of danger engulfed him from all directions. Buzz! Boundless, primal chaos manifested behind Jiang Changkong, and an ancient, illusory figure appeared. The mysterious power of splitting open the heavens blossomed with divine light, faint yet eternal, inextinguishable light. Rumble. With Jiang Changkong at the center, the power of heaven creation spread out. The image of the Panga banner surged with boundless primal chaos energy to support sky splitting. The space that had long since cracked was now reduced to dust, completely disappearing under the might of Split the Heavens. Light reappeared, and the gray, chaos divine energy floated in the temple. The temple was still the same, but on the ground were the remains of the immortals and gods that had entered earlier. The purple-gold-red gourd rolled to a corner of the temple, and a weak samadhi divine fire burned on the surface of the gourd. There was also a 9-story pagoda that shone with golden light. Jiang Changkong felt vitality from the pagoda and the gourd. He said calmly, "Come out. It's safe now." The purple-gold-red gourd trembled, and Sun Li and Sun Qing carefully poked their heads out. After seeing him clearly, they exclaimed, "Divine King of Justice? Why are you here?" "I obtained a Chaos Divine Stone by chance, and it contains information about the Immortal Emperor's ruins." Jiang Changkong explained and asked, "What about you guys? Why are you here?" The two of them exchanged a glance before flying out. Sun Qing carefully put away the bottle gourd and said, "We came here after obtaining the primal Chaos Godstones. With the protection of a divine item, we can stay in the primal chaos for a while." Jiang Changkong frowned. "Who left behind information about the ruins to lure them here?" He looked at the pagoda. "You guys aren't coming out?" The pagoda trembled slightly, and 4 figures flew out. The leader was a middle-aged immortal in golden armor, and he held a pagoda in his hand. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King of the Heavenly Court greets, Heavenly God of Justice. A Heavenly King of the Heavenly Court. Jiang Changkong's eyes glowed. "Heavenly God of Justice, I have no enmity with you, and I sympathize with you and the Heavenly Court." Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's face twitched with sympathy. Jiang Changkong chuckled. "Then why don't you betray the Heavenly Court and leave with me?" Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had an awkward expression, and he changed the topic. "This place is dangerous. Thank you for your help, Heavenly God of Justice, but we don't know what we'll encounter next. We can only deal with unknown dangers by working together. I have no ill will toward Heavenly God of Justice." He knew about Heavenly King Ziwei's crushing defeat, and he was panicking when he suddenly encountered Jiang Changkong. The other 3 immortals were also immortal kings, but they didn't say anything. However, none of them interjected. They were all nervous, afraid that Jiang Changkong would attack them. Sun Li and Heavenly King didn't say anything. They knew what Jiang Changkong and the Heavenly Court were going to do, and they couldn't interfere. "Never mind, I don't want to drag you into this," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "Did you see anything when you came here?" "When we came in, we only saw a ginseng tree with 30 ginseng fruits. We just plucked a fruit, and the ginseng fruit came to life and wanted to eat us," Sun Li said. Sun Li explained, "Those immortals were eaten by the ginseng fruit." Jiang Changkong frowned and looked at Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said, "Those ginseng fruits don't have the aura of immortals, only a violent killing intent." He glanced at the divine palace, which was empty except for the corpses of the immortals. Sun Qing asked, "Divine King of Justice, did you see anything?" "No." Jiang Changkong shook his head. "The thing in the dark isn't weak, so it shouldn't be dead. The setup here is very strong. If they were dead, their corpses should be here. But there was nothing here except the corpses, not even a trace. Let's search the divine palace. It shouldn't be an empty divine palace," Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said. Jiang Changkong reminded, "Be careful." They spread out and started to search the divine palace. The divine palace was only 500 meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. Pieces of chaotic divine stones piled up to form the divine palace, and special patterns were carved on the entire divine palace. The top of the divine palace was also normal. Jiang Changkong's Chaotic divine power spread out and flowed along the special patterns. Heavenly King, there's a problem here. An immortal king pointed at a pattern. It's soft here, I think I can press it. Saying so, the immortal king pressed on the pattern, and a suction force came and swallowed the immortal king. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King hurried over, but the pattern was restored and the immortal king was swallowed. Chapter 649. He pressed one hand on the place where the immortal king was pressing, but it was incomparably firm. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King hurriedly hit other places, but he couldn't find a soft spot. Jiang Chongkong reached out to touch the wall. It was just as sturdy. Sun Li and Zhang Xian were also searching, but they couldn't find anything. Could it be up there? Jiang Chongkong leaped up and knocked on all the walls in an instant. However, he did not gain anything. Every piece of chaos divine stone was extremely hard. God King of Justice, over here. Sun Li suddenly pointed at the floor. It was a piece of chaos godstone. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King gathered with the two immortal kings. When Jiang Chongkong arrived, Sun Qing's expression was solemn. The purple golden red gourd was already opened. Why don't we try using the Samadhi divine fire first? Sure. Jiang Chongkong agreed to his suggestion. The Samadhi divine fire was extremely powerful. It could even burn a peak god king to death. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had no objections. This thing had just swallowed an immortal king, and he didn't know if it could swallow a peak immortal king. The Samadhi divine fire spewed out and burned the chaos divine stone floor. Ah, Heavenly King! A shrill scream rang out. It was the celestial king from before. Sun Qing immediately stopped and looked at the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. He's still alive, let this king take a look. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King stood on the floor and stomped hard. Boom! The floor suddenly cracked open, and a suction force appeared, trying to swallow the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. The 9-level pagoda trembled as golden light radiated outwards. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's strength was at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his celestial force surged. He fully displayed the might of a celestial king. Roar! With a roar, the suction force suddenly increased. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's expression changed, and his body began to fall rapidly. Jiang Chongkong quickly reached out and grabbed the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. He didn't try to fight back against the gravitational force, but instead followed the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King down below. God King of Justice, Sun Li and Zhang Xian followed closely behind. The remaining two immortal kings were stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly King!" The Chaos Stone was restored. The two immortal kings did not follow. They looked at each other and turned to leave. A black passageway led to an unknown region. The deeper one went, the stronger the suction force. And on the passage, there were densely packed sharp teeth. Unable to resist the suction, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King hurriedly hid inside the pagoda, bringing Jiang Chongkong and the other two inside. Ding ding dang dang. The pagoda rolled in the passage and collided with the sharp teeth, causing sparks to fly. Those sharp teeth were extremely sturdy. Even a pinnacle 6th grade pagoda would find it difficult to break them. Fortunately, the pagoda was sturdy enough to protect them. Inside the pagoda, the 4 of them gathered together. These sharp teeth are comparable to top-tier grade 6 immortal artifacts. Even a pinnacle god king would be easily crushed by them. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's expression was solemn. Your subordinates don't seem to be here. Who let out that scream just now? Sun Li frowned and said, or could it be that the thing in the dark has transferred your subordinates? There's no need to think too much about it. Once we get down there, we should know what's causing trouble, Jiang Chongkong said calmly. It seems like the 2 subordinates of the Heavenly King didn't come along. Sun Qing said with a hint of inexplicable meaning. The Heavenly King is quite concerned about his subordinates. Care? A little. They've been with me for thousands of years. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said calmly. As for why they didn't come down, it's because they don't want to cause trouble for me. Jiang Changkong said, All right, let's prepare to face the unknown danger first. There will be plenty of opportunities to stir up trouble in the heavenly court in the future. Sun Qing smiled. Sun Li didn't say anything. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had an awkward expression. Among the four of them, he was the only one from the heavenly court, and the three of them were filled with resentment towards the heavenly court. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to travel with the three of them. Dong, dong, dong. The pagoda kept rolling and finally calmed down. It landed in a gray space. We're here, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King waved his hand. The space in front of him fluctuated, and the situation outside the pagoda appeared in his sight. It was also a space made of chaotic divine stones, but there were many holes in it. These holes were filled with tyrannical eyes that were as red as blood. Ah! A shrill scream pierced through the pagoda's defenses and exploded in the four's ears. Blood-red eyes crawled out of the holes. They were blood-colored chaotic beasts. Chaotic beasts, great Tao of blood. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King had an ugly expression. These chaotic beasts feed on the blood of immortals. These holes should be their lair. Chaotic beasts born from the great Tao of blood? Jiang Changkong was curious. What's so special about them? They can control their opponent's blood and are extremely difficult to deal with. They can create blood rivers. As long as the blood rivers don't dry up, they won't die. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said coldly. Sun Qing's expression was ugly. If that's the case, won't we have to find the blood rivers? That's right. However, the blood rivers aren't far in this chaos. There must be extremely powerful chaotic beasts guarding the blood rivers, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King explained. Jiang Changkong smiled. They're similar to the legendary patriarch Nether River. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said, Patriarch Nether River was the reincarnation of the blood demon god. He's the ancestor of these chaotic beasts. They're moving, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Rays of blood-red light shot toward the pagoda. The blood-colored chaotic beasts had activated the great Tao of blood. The great Tao of blood spread across the space. Wisps of strange god force entered the pagoda. The 9-story pagoda shook violently and emitted a golden glow. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King stepped out and unleashed the aura of an extreme immortal king. However, the aura was not as strong as before. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's face turned red. Swooshing sounds came from his body like a surging river. The 9-story pagoda shook unsteadily. Sun Li and Sun Qing were even worse. They used their immortal force to suppress their immortal blood and resist the great Tao of blood. The divine blood in Jiang Changkong's body rippled for a moment before returning to normal. Bang! A chaotic beast pounced at Jiang Changkong. Its sharp claws glowed with a thick blood-red light. Jiang Changkong slashed with his right palm. There was no divine force, only an azure light and an incomplete innate divine rune. Crack! Pucci! The palm shattered the blood-red claws and destroyed the blood-red light. Then, like a spear, it entered the chaotic beast's body. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King was stunned. Sun Li and Sun Qing were also stunned. Suppressing a chaotic beast with just his body? The azure light shook and the chaotic beast exploded. Divine force surged and the chaotic beast was destroyed. Essence, Qi, Spirit plus 600, a Divine King. Not bad. The chaotic beasts roared and pounced at them. The thick blood-red light and the strange great Tao of blood affected their blood flow. Divine King of Justice! Sun Li and Sun Qing hurriedly asked for help. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King also moved toward Jiang Changkong. Divine King of Justice, we need to work together now. Jiang Changkong glanced at the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Divine power surged in his palm. Then don't move. I'll deal with them all. The chaotic divine power spread out. Jiang Chongkong pressed in the void, and the boundless divine force imprisoned the chaotic beasts that pounced at him. Bang! Bang! The chaotic beasts exploded one after another, and their essence, energy, and spirit increased rapidly. Chapter 650. The thick smell of blood floated in the dark space. His essence, breath, and spirit increased rapidly. Inside the hole, there seemed to be an endless number of chaos beasts. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. With Jiang Chongkong's divine power suppressing them, they weren't affected at all. Sun Li and Sun Qing hid behind Jiang Chongkong and heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they felt that their blood was about to rush out. They almost had to use the divine artifact fragment to suppress themselves. Jiang Chongkong's chaotic divine power kept erasing the beasts, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. 600 for 1, 6,000 for 10. These were all immortal king-level beasts. Killing 1,000 of them would give him 600,000 essence, breath, and spirit. The densely packed holes were at least 10,000 meters tall, with ferocious beasts pouncing down one after another. Divine King of Justice, should we find a way to leave? Sun Qing asked with the purple gold, red gourd in his arms. Why should we leave? Jiang Chongkong asked. Sun Qing said in a low voice, if this continues, even if Divine King of Justice is powerful, he will consume a lot of divine power. Without replenishment, we will die. It's fine. We can hold on for now, Jiang Chongkong said. Leave. It wasn't easy to find a place to cultivate essence, breath, and spirit. If I don't clean it up, how can I leave? The chaotic divine power turned into thousands of sword rays and crushed the chaos beasts. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's expression was solemn. If we don't find Blood River, we will really die. As long as Blood River didn't dry up, the chaos beasts wouldn't die. No matter how strong Jiang Chongkong was, he couldn't stop these chaos beasts from reviving. Once their divine power was used up, the three heavenly kings wouldn't be able to hold on. Jiang Chongkong thought for a while and said, that's right. Let's find Blood River first. Then the chaotic divine power swept away a bunch of beasts and revealed a passage. The three of them stepped into a hole. There was no other way except for the hole. He could only search through the holes one by one. There were countless chaos beasts outside, and there were also many in the hole. He could only clear these beasts first. The passage was long and winding. As Jiang Chongkong walked deeper, the blood demons chased after him. Inside the passageway, there were still many blood demons that pounced on them in a frenzy. Jiang Chongkong used his primal chaos divine power to protect his back. The moment the blood demons came into contact with the primal chaos divine power, they were crushed. The blood demons in front were also turned into ashes by the primal chaos divine power. An hour later, Jiang Chongkong arrived at the end of the tunnel. There was nothing there. Jiang Chongkong could only lead them out again. In an hour's time, he had already accumulated more than 100,000 points of essence, qi, and spirit. The chaotic beasts outside were still endless. However, many of them were high immortals. Not every chaotic beast had the cultivation of a celestial king. Fortunately, immortal lords could also provide dozens of points, at least 20 points. The three of them followed behind Jiang Chongkong, once again witnessing his strength. This wasn't the battle prowess of a celestial king at all. Even if it exceeded the limit, it wouldn't be enough. Pagoda-bearing heavenly monarch couldn't help but ask, Justice God King, are you an immortal emperor? It's still a long way off, Jiang Chongkong said. The three of them, don't joke, although we know how terrifying an immortal emperor is. You're still a long way off. That's too much. Which part of your strength is that of an immortal king? Jiang Chongkong punched another tunnel, but still couldn't find the exit or the blood river. Pagoda-bearing heavenly monarch decided that if the heavenly emperor asked him to capture Jiang Chongkong in the future, he would definitely not do it. Without the strength of an immortal emperor, anyone who touched Jiang Chongkong would die. Justice, God King. I still have some recovery pills here. Sun Qing took out a few bottles of immortal pills and handed them over. You guys keep them. I don't need them for now. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand. He didn't expend much energy now and could recover by absorbing the chaos power. He didn't need these immortal pills at all. Furthermore, with his current divine power, he would need to eat a large handful of these pills at once. Seeing that he didn't want them, Sun Qing could only keep them. He would give them to him when he was exhausted. After finding more than 10 tunnels, Jiang Chongkong didn't know how many chaotic beasts he had killed. His mental energy had increased by more than 1,000,000. After entering another tunnel, Jiang Chongkong came to the end. It was still empty. Just as he was about to leave, a special pattern appeared on the Chaos Divine Stone. It was the same pattern as the one on the walls of the temple. This should be the exit. The golden pagoda in pagoda-bearing Heavenly Monarch's hand released a divine light. Golden immortal runes appeared and bombarded the pattern. The golden runes dissipated, but the pattern remained. Let's search carefully. Jiang Chongkong used his divine power to destroy the pursuing beasts while knocking on the wall. The 3 of them quickly searched carefully with their hands. It didn't take him long to find a relatively soft piece of chaos divine stone. It's here, pagoda-bearing Heavenly Monarch said. Jiang Chongkong glanced at the beasts. He didn't feel any reluctance. After sending them up, he could come back down and continue killing the beasts. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly Monarch pressed down, and the suction force came again. The 4 of them were sucked into the pagoda. Don't! This time, the distance was very short. It only took a moment for them to arrive. It was still a gray space, but there was a tinge of green aura. The tunnel was closed. The beasts didn't chase after them. In the gray space, there was a chaos stone path. The green aura came from the path. At the end of the stone path, they could only vaguely see a temple. The 4 of them came out of the pagoda, looked at each other, and walked toward the temple. When they arrived in front of the temple, they looked at the name and their eyes froze. 5 Villages Temple. Could this be the real relic? Sun Li guessed. That's possible, but it's more likely that this place is also full of danger. After saying that, Jiang Chongkong pushed open the door of the temple. There was only a palace inside. Clear Wind Hall. Sun Qing was a little shocked. Have we returned to the original temple? Let's go in and see. Jiang Chongkong pushed open the door of Clear Wind Hall. It was no longer dark inside. Not far from the door was an old Taoist statue. There was also a futon next to the statue, which was well preserved. Sun Li sized up the statue and guessed, Great Deity Zhan Yuan? Should be. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King observed for a moment. It's similar to the statue of Great Deity Zhan Yuan that the Zhan Yuan celestial sect worships. There was a statue, a table, a chair, an incense burner, and a platform. It was a statue of a young Taoist child. Sun Li was a little surprised. Who is this? Is he worshipped in this temple? This should be the master of the temple, Qingfeng. Jiang Chongkong looked around. Apart from these, there was nothing else in the palace. Qingfeng? Is he a Taoist child of Patriarch Xinyuan? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King recalled, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. Taoist child Qingfeng has been cultivating with great deity Xinyuan. He must be very strong. The most important thing is whether there are treasures or not. Sun Qing's eyes flickered. They were not here to listen to stories. Jiang Chongkong nodded. No matter who it was, if there was nothing good left, they would have come for nothing. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King pondered. If it really is that Taoist child Qingfeng, there must be treasures left behind. Chapter 651. Qingfeng and Ming Yu were favored by Zhan Yuanzi. How could they not have a few treasures? Since it was his place, there should be some treasures left behind. Seeing Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's confident tone, Jiang Chongkong said, Then be careful and look around. The four split up. Sun Li went to check the statue. Sun Li and his brother went to check the tables and chairs. Jiang Changkong checked the statue and used his god power to check it. The statue was made of chaotic divine stones, and there was nothing wrong with it. He tried to move it, but it couldn't be moved. There's something wrong with this statue. Pagoda bearing, Heavenly King said. The three came to Pagoda bearing, Heavenly King, and saw him kneeling on a praying mat. I didn't expect you to respect your seniors. Sun Li smiled. If I don't kneel, I won't find the secret. Pagoda bearing, Heavenly King, stood up and moved aside. Kneel and take a look. The two looked at each other, and Sun Qing knelt down. Shock flashed in his eyes. It's true. What did you see? Jiang Changkong frowned. Tell me. Ginseng fruit tree. Sun Qing said excitedly. And a celestial pond. Ginseng fruit tree? Don't forget about the ginseng fruit tree in Qingfeng Hall. Jiang Changkong sneered. After suffering once, it was time to remember. Sun Qing's expression became serious. Then I will open it. Divine King of Justice, protect me. Jiang Changkong's god power enveloped Sun Qing. Sun Qing touched the statue and poured his god power into it. Crack! The statue slowly rotated and a green light bloomed. Everything changed, and they came to a green space. The green space wasn't big. It was less than 500 meters in radius, and everywhere was green. A ginseng fruit tree was rooted in the ground. Endless chaotic energy flowed into the ginseng fruit tree from the green ground. There were 30 fruits hanging on the tree, and a tempting fragrance wafted out. There was a green pond that emitted a dense aura. Taking a deep breath made him feel energetic, and his cultivation increased. Dense life energy was emitted from the green pond, but the four were still cautious. They had been tricked before, and Jiang Changkong had warned them just now. Try using god power. Sun Qing circulated his immortal force and condensed it into a hand, grabbing a ginseng fruit and easily plucking it. There was nothing unusual, and the ginseng fruit was normal. Jiang Changkong received the ginseng fruit and used his divine force to cut the ginseng fruit into dozens of pieces. Inside were dark green fruits with a rich aroma. It should be true. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King took a look and said. Jiang Changkong handed the ginseng fruit to Sun Qing and came to the side of the ginseng tree. There was a stone stele hidden behind the tree. Ancient era's immortal characters were inscribed on it. Jiang Changkong said, It really is Taoist Qingfeng. He left with great deity, Jinyuan back then. The three of them gathered around. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King looked at the information on it. This ginseng fruit tree was transplanted from a branch of the mother tree. Although its miraculous effects are inferior to the mother tree's ginseng fruit, a single fruit can still allow one to become an immortal. Those who cultivate the laws of wood will be able to comprehend the laws of wood and ascend to the heavenly immortal realm with a single step. One step to become an immortal. One step to become a celestial immortal. If he had just arrived in the immortal world, Jiang Changkong would have been excited. But now it was useless even if he ate the ginseng fruit tree. That pool contains the essence of the ginseng fruit. Every time the ginseng fruit ripens, it will be turned into liquid by the formation and stored in the pool. After so many years, the pool must have been of great help to us. Sun Qing's eyes flashed with excitement. He was the weakest among the four of them, only a late-stage immortal king. Sun Li was also a peak immortal king, close to the limit. Has the back been erased by someone? Jiang Changkong squatted down and looked at the back of the stone stele. There was an unfinished sentence. Many immortals and gods, the creation ends. And what? Success? Failure? And the three of them were confused. The content of the stone stele ended here. Why did Taoist Qingfeng suddenly leave behind the creation information? Could it be that there was also a research base here? But there were no experimental subjects here. Sun Qing said anxiously, "Don't worry about this. Let's quickly collect the ginseng fruit and the essence." The pagoda-bearing heavenly king didn't want to care about the creation. He just wanted to collect these things and leave. "This ginseng fruit tree belongs to me. I have a relationship with the Zhanyuan celestial sect," Jiang Changkong said. He could give the ginseng fruit tree to the Zhanyuan celestial sect and ask for their help when necessary. They might even be able to help him when he fought his way to the heavenly court. The three of them didn't have any objections. They were satisfied to be able to collect the essence of the ginseng fruit. Jiang Changkong wrapped his divine power around the ginseng fruit tree and forcefully pulled it up. Rumble! The entire green space shook and a special ripple spread out. Jiang Changkong's sharp senses detected a trace of blood qi. It was very weak, but he believed that his senses weren't wrong. He exerted more force, and the space shook again. The ginseng fruit tree slowly left the ground. The 10 ginseng fruits suddenly shook and wanted to leave the ginseng fruit tree. A thick, blood-colored light shone out. Jiang Changkong poured divine power into his eyes and forcefully looked into the ginseng fruits. Each of the 10 ginseng fruits had blood-colored beasts hidden within them. Chaos beasts. He looked at the three of them. The three of them were already close to the pool of ginseng fruit essence. It wasn't a ginseng fruit essence, but a pool of blood. Blood-colored eyes stared at them from the pool of blood. "Get back." Jiang Changkong let go of the ginseng fruit tree and quickly retreated with divine power. "What's wrong?" The three of them looked at him in puzzlement. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. He slashed with divine power, and the 10 ginseng fruits fell and exploded in the air. Rays of blood-colored light flew out and turned into chaos beasts. How can this be? Sun Qing's expression changed drastically. He took out the fragments of the ginseng fruit. There were no changes. The ginseng fruit tree is real, but there are 10 fake fruits. Jiang Changkong said coldly. He couldn't understand why the chaos beasts in the ginseng fruits didn't come out to attack them. Roar! The chaos beasts roared and pounced at the 4 of them. The great Tao of blood tried to use their blood to suppress their strength. Chaos divine power engulfed the chaos beasts and bombarded the blood pool. Roar! A violent roar resounded, and a terrifying aura was awakening. This power... The pagoda-bearing heavenly king's expression changed drastically. Sun Li and Sun Qing's expressions also darkened. Although they had Jiang Changkong's protection, they still felt a terrifying pressure. This was a power that completely surpassed the limit of an immortal king. Dense, primal, chaos, divine patterns manifested in the void. That unique pressure that was comparable to Xiantian divine patterns made Jiang Changkong's expression turn solemn. The power of an exalted god was like the divine emperor's spear. And this power was much stronger than Kuan Yu's when he wielded the divine emperor's spear. The law of blood appeared in the air and sealed the entire green space like chains. The ginseng fruit tree looked a little sinister under the blood-colored light. The chaos beasts in the pool roared and rushed out. The power was getting stronger and stronger. As the chaos beasts turned into ashes, Jiang Changkong's eyes turned cold. This should be the blood river. It's much smaller than I thought. Chapter 652. The blood river was much smaller than what Jiang Changkong had imagined. He thought it was a real blood river, but it was only a small pond. If the information on the stele was really left behind by Taoist Qingfeng, then the blood river cannot be measured by this pond. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king said solemnly, the ginseng fruit tree was real, and the ginseng fruit essence was real too. There was only one possibility. The chaos beasts had taken over the pond and replaced the essence with the blood river. The pressure continued to increase, and the 3 of them looked grim. However, what shocked them was that although they could feel the pressure, they did not feel any terrifying pressure. It was as if the pressure was not directed at them at all. They could not help but look at Jiang Changkong. Their expressions were solemn, but they were more indifferent. Could this person really be an immortal emperor? Boom! As the chaos beasts continued to die, blood surged up from the blood pond, and a blood-colored figure emerged from it. The pressure stopped increasing and reached its peak. The mysterious blood divine runes emitted an incomplete aura of an exalted god. This thing is about to evolve into an immortal emperor. Sun Li's eyes widened in shock. Yes, it's about to succeed. Its divine body has evolved, and its power of laws has evolved by more than half. If it's given enough time, it will definitely become an immortal emperor in less than 300 years. The pagoda-bearing, heavenly king was also shocked. This was what it meant to be one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. In other words, it had already comprehended the immortal emperor realm, but it had yet to break through. Jiang Changkong was also surprised, but the solemn look on his face disappeared. These chaos beasts know how to cultivate. He thought its aura would continue to increase, but it was only at this stage. He did not have to worry about it at all. Although the chaos beasts are violent and have no intelligence, they are the children of chaos. They are considered incomplete chaos fiend gods. They are completely capable of cultivating and absorbing the chaotic energy. It's just that they are muddle-headed and their progress isn't particularly fast. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king explained, if it was a real chaos fiend god that had gained intelligence, it would have become an immortal emperor by now. Roar! The roar rang out, causing all the primordial chaos beasts to halt. That primordial chaos beast that had comprehended the immortal emperor realm had boundless laws of blood around it, resembling a true law. At the immortal emperor realm, one would comprehend the essence of the laws. This chaos beast was born from the chaos. The power it cultivated could be said to be the chaos blood Tao, just like the chaotic ancestral dragon body and the chaotic golden crow body. It was just that the nurturing process was not complete. It was far from a true chaotic blood devil. Boom! As the law of blood descended, the barrier of the primal chaos divine power star shook violently. This primordial chaos beast, which was almost at the immortal emperor level, was unable to break his defense with a single strike. The three of them were stunned. Are you really an immortal emperor? Not bad. I almost broke the primal chaos divine energy shield. Jiang Changkong commented. A streak of primal chaos divine power tore through the bloody light and engulfed the primal chaos ferocious beast. The primal chaos beast shook the power of the nomological laws, but it could not withstand the divine might and was directly turned into ashes. The three of them, not bad, almost broke it? Why did the heavenly court send an immortal king to kill you? Why not send an immortal emperor? The pagoda-bearing heavenly king was confused. Should he go back and tell the heavenly Dharch that Jiang Changkong was already an immortal emperor? In the future, if they wanted to capture Jiang Changkong, they must not send him. Send an immortal emperor? Roar! The blood pool shook and roared. Terrifying divine might rose again. As long as the blood river was not dry, they would not die. The primal chaos beast appeared again. It seemed to have forgotten that it was killed in one move. Boom! The primal chaos beast was killed again. The chaotic divine power annihilated even more primal chaos beasts. Roar! The primal chaos beasts rushed out again. They fully demonstrated that as long as the blood river was not dry, they would not die. However, after being killed twice in a row, the primal chaos beast's strength had decreased significantly. Its divine might was not as great as before. The primal chaos beasts rushed over again and again, only to be killed in one move. They rushed over again and were killed in one move again. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king and the others' mouths twitched. What a bunch of stubborn primal chaos beasts. They were really not afraid of death. But, divine king of justice, are you too bored? Can't you just destroy the blood river? Or maybe you don't know. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king reminded. Heavenly God of Justice, you can destroy the blood pool. That way, they won't be able to come back to life. Jiang Changkong glanced at him and said, I want to see if the primal chaos beasts will feel despair. You have a good idea. We won't say anything then. Continue killing. When Jiang Changkong saw that his essence, qi, and spirit had increased by a large margin, he felt very comfortable in his heart. He might not have gained anything else this time, but killing a group of primal chaos beasts was not bad. Roar! Roar sounded again. More primal chaos beasts rushed out of the blood pool. These primal chaos beasts were very powerful. They were all at their peak. Could they be the primal chaos beasts we encountered in the passageways? Sun Qing asked. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King pondered. Very likely, although the primal chaos beasts have no intelligence. Their instincts will make them protect the blood river. It's even better. Jiang Changkong was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. He attacked even harder. Of course, he avoided the blood pool. He only killed the primal chaos beasts and did not damage the blood pool. The strength of the primal chaos beasts decreased quickly. Fortunately, there were many of them. Time passed. At first, the three were shocked, but gradually they became numb. They sat at the side and chatted with each other. Sun Qing and Sun Qing wanted the heavenly court to be more lenient with them. In the future, everyone would ignore each other and not cause trouble for them. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King expressed that they could be more lenient with them, but only with his subordinates. He could not care about the other heavenly kings and immortals. You can also join the heavenly court. After a while, you will have nowhere to hide. The heavenly realm is being reorganized. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said. Sun Qing sighed. Is the heavenly Tao not willing to let itinerant cultivators live? It's not that the heavenly Tao is not willing. It's the heavenly court and the other factions. Jiang Changkong continued. When the heavenly realm is reorganized, the four factions will definitely fight it out. If they want to unify the heavenly realm, they will have to get rid of the unstable elements. Shouldn't we join to increase our strength? Sun Qing was confused. The reorganizing of the heavenly realm means the return of the heavenly Tao. At that time, even if it has not completely returned, the power of heaven will be able to create new experts. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said meaningfully, the new chaotic era, the Dark Age is coming. Dark Age? As the heavenly court's Heavenly King. Shouldn't it be a beautiful era? Jiang Changkong sneered. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King shook his head. It is the Dark Age. At that time, even the fall of immortal emperors will not be surprising. I have no confidence in surviving. Only those who can live through that period and stand on the right side will be able to usher in a beautiful era. I couldn't tell that you are such an understanding person. Jiang Changkong said. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King did not say something stupid like Heavenly Court will win. Instead, he was very calm. He knew that Heavenly Court might not win. Even if they won, he might not be able to survive. Sun Qing and Sun Li looked at each other. Then, pagoda-bearing Heavenly King or the Divine King of Justice, which faction do you think is better? Your question is a waste. Of course, I think Heavenly Court will win. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King laughed. The Divine King of Justice clearly thinks Heavenly Court will win. No, I don't either. Chapter 653. None of you are optimistic. The three of them were taken aback. Only 4 factions in the entire immortal realm had the right to rule the world. Even major factions like the Penglai sect and the Suppressing Yuan Immortal sect did not have that ability. If Jiang Changkong was pessimistic, who else would be optimistic? Jiang Changkong smiled faintly as the 3 of them looked at him in confusion and curiosity. No one can be sure until the very last moment. Didn't the Heavenly will not make a decision directly? The 3 of them mused. While his words made sense, they still felt that it was impossible. The Heavenly will did not choose a Heavenly Emperor directly because it wanted them to fight for it. The Heavenly would not choose a weakling to rule the immortal realm. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King smiled and did not take his words seriously. Sun Li and Chuanqing were still scowling. The path of the itinerant immortals was about to come to an end. Jiang Changkong would never mention the demon emperor in front of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, or he would be asking for trouble. Sun Li and Chuanqing were not at their wits' end either. They still had divine items to protect their lives, which gave them some confidence. 3 days passed. The pharaohs of chaos were still endless, but their strength had become pitifully weak. The immortal Lord Pharaohs were all gone, and the strongest pharaoh that was about to become an immortal emperor had fallen to a mortal level. The blood chi in the river of blood had weakened by more than half, and the blood in the pool had become clear. Although the river of blood had not dried up and they could still be revived, each revival would weaken their strength and the power of the river of blood. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King and the others felt a chill in their hearts, having a new understanding of the heavenly God of justice. That guy was a monster. He could have easily taken care of everything, but he allowed the pharaohs of chaos to revive and kill them again and again. Sun Li and Chuanqing were wondering if the heavenly God of justice was born with a murderous heart. Jiang Changkong would not explain anything. The pharaohs were useless now. Chaos divine energy seeped into the river of blood and destroyed the last of the blood chi, leaving nothing behind. This time, he had gained a lot of benefits from the chaos beasts. 1 million essence, energy, and spirit points. He was already halfway there. He was reluctant to part with this group of ferocious beasts. There were enough of them, and they could be resurrected continuously. This was simply custom-made for himself. If the Nether River Patriarch was still around, he could kill him and resurrect infinitely. That would be great too. The blood pool was obliterated, and the water within it also dissipated. A special pattern was engraved in the pool. Inside this pool should be the spatial immortal formation to leave, Sun Qing said. Jiang Changkong looked at the ginseng tree and saw that there were 19 fruits left. You guys can split the fruits. The tree belongs to me. This was something that they had discussed before, so the 3 of them had no objections. Even if Jiang Changkong wanted everything and gave them a portion of everything, they would have nothing to say. Moreover, Jiang Changkong and the heavenly court were enemies. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King didn't say a word. He took 6, and the remaining 13 went to the 2 of them. Jiang Changkong shook the ginseng fruit tree, and the green space shook again. When he pulled out the ginseng fruit tree, the green space began to dissipate. He didn't put it into his spatial equipment, but kept it in his body and nourished it with chaos divine power. The ginseng fruit tree needed divine power, chaos chi, or immortal chi to maintain its vitality. Of course, even if it didn't, the fruit tree's energy could last for tens of thousands of years. After entering the pool, he injected divine power into it and activated the teleportation immortal formation. The space changed, and the chaos retreated rapidly around the 4. When they reappeared, they were inside a chaos stone hut. There was also a wisp of samadhi divine fire here, giving off a faint light. This is where we came in, Sun Qing said. Sun Li said, this place isn't far from the ancient heaven realm. Let's go back together. The purple gold, red, gourd might be damaged, but it was enough to last this short journey. Driving the purple gold, red, gourd back, Jiang Changkong suddenly remembered something. The 2 subordinates of the Heavenly King seem to still be in the ruin. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's expression changed. Maybe they'll stay there forever. Sun Li and Sun Li had solemn expressions. If it wasn't for Jiang Changkong, they would all have died there. Although it was a ruin, it was also the nest of chaos beasts. Death is not to be regretted. You know the danger, but you don't dare to follow. This is completely ignoring the Heavenly King, Sun Qing said coldly. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King suddenly laughed. Now is the time to sow discord. Sun Qing had said before that Jiang Changkong had stopped him. Now that he was out, he could sow discord without worry? You can say so. Jiang Changkong lay on the gourd. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, you can think more about it. Leave the method of contact. If I want to deal with you, I'll inform you in advance. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King was not angry. He knew the heavenly court better. No matter how these people tried to sow discord, he had his own thoughts. Sun Li and Sun Li took out jade tokens and left the method of contact. Jiang Changkong also stayed, hoping that the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King would really do what he said. A few days later, the purple-gold-red gourd rushed out of the chaos and reached the ancient heaven realm's starry sky. The figures were moving faster, gathering towards the ancient heaven realm's land. The reconstruction speed has increased. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King stood in the void with a solemn expression. I hope everyone becomes an immortal emperor before the great era arrives. After saying that, he left without looking back. Sun Li and Sun Li looked at Jiang Changkong. Divine King of Justice, why don't you come with us? Forget it. I'll go look for chaotic divine stones alone. Jiang Changkong shook his head. With this harvest, he was looking forward to the rest of the chaotic divine stones. Even if it could not be compared to this harvest, it would not be too little. The four forces' focus should be on the underworld now. With Heavenly King Ziwei's failure, no one could take him down unless an immortal emperor took action. Under such circumstances, they should not cause trouble for him for the time being. Jiang Changkong did not understand why these forces did not send immortal emperors to kill him. Of course, it was better that they did not. He did not want to encounter an immortal emperor. On the other side, the Yao Emperor sat in the divine palace. Today, he had to welcome an important guest, an immortal emperor. The void rippled. There was no intense divine might, nor was there any shocking aura or divine light. There was only a slight ripple in the void. Chain mail, purple gold crown, see steadying godly iron. Although there was no aura leaking out, standing there gave people the feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. Sun Wuxuan greets the Yao Emperor. He bowed slightly and cupped his fists. His expression was calm. There was no respect or disdain. The Yao Emperor stood up, walked down the stairs, and helped Sun Wuxuan up. An immortal emperor has come, but I do not have anything good to welcome you. I am ashamed of Huagua Mountain. Since the Yao Emperor believes in Huagua Mountain, we will not let you down. Sun Wuxuan held the sea, steadying godly iron. This treasure is the Yao Emperor's greatest gift. Huagua Mountain gave the sea, steadying godly iron to Sun Wuxuan. This Yao Emperor was a peak, celestial emperor. He was the divine ape with the greatest hope of becoming a celestial sovereign. He was also the most qualified to have the sea, steadying godly iron. Sun Yuan, prepare a banquet to welcome immortal Emperor Sun Wuxuan. The Yao Emperor ordered, and a peak celestial emperor ran over to support him. Huagua Mountain had nothing to say about his support. Chapter 654. Out of respect for heaven's equal, the people of Huagua Mountain had changed Wu. Of course, not just any monkey could use it. Sun Yuan couldn't use it yet. He had to become a peak celestial king, or even an extreme celestial king to be qualified. Once he became an immortal emperor, he would be an important member of Huagua Mountain. In this trip to the ancient heaven realm, the demon master had suffered a crushing defeat and the demon emperor had obtained the chaos spell fragment. He had already secured his position as the demon emperor. No one could shake him, not even the demon emperor, because he was the demon emperor recognized by the chaos spell, which was equivalent to the recognition of the primeval demon emperor. To remove his position, the primeval demon emperor or the primeval demon emperor would have to crawl out. Kuan Yu couldn't cut off the connection and didn't dare to. Sun Wuxing had a way to contact Huagua Mountain directly, so he contacted the tribe. The real demon emperor, recognized by the chaos spell, had helped Huagua Mountain take out the ocean-pacifying divine needle. After receiving this news, Sun Wuxuan came immediately to protect the demon emperor, Donghuang Changyue. When the demon emperor fully matured, Huagu Mountain would have another powerful backer. Jiang Chongkong was extremely fond of this immortal emperor who had just arrived. Although Huagu Mountain wasn't particularly fond of the demon race, they would still stand on the demon race's side when it was necessary. The banquet had been prepared. There were some spirit fruits and spirit herbs, but no meat. The demon emperor had already taken out the best things, all of which were celestial king grade. Sun Wuxuan wasn't a picky monkey. At his level, he would only taste the taste of things, unless it was a grade 8 spirit herb. Wang Shanhe, Sun Yuan, Sun Wuxing, and the other celestial kings accompanied him and frequently toasted. The banquet continued. A flame flashed, and a handsome young man with a flame mark between his eyebrows appeared at the banquet. The young man cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Feng Jiu greets the demon emperor, immortal emperor Sun Wuxuan." "So it's you, Fire Phoenix." Sun Wuxuan's furry face had a hint of disdain. "Why aren't you guarding your demon master? What are you doing here?" "Phoenix." The demon emperor was a little surprised and cupped his hands slightly. "So it's immortal emperor Fire Phoenix." "What Phoenix? He's just a mixed blood," Sun Wuxuan said disdainfully. "He can only be considered a phoenix." Feng Jiu was not embarrassed and smiled. "Immortal Emperor Sun is correct. I am indeed a phoenix seed, and I want to transform into a true phoenix." The male phoenix was the phoenix, and the female phoenix was the phoenix. The Phoenix 9 was only the phoenix species and contained the blood of the phoenix. The demon emperor nodded. Feng Jiu was the immortal emperor who lent the phoenix spear to Kuan Yu. "I wonder what immortal Emperor Feng Jiu is here for." The demon emperor's expression returned to indifference. Now he had Sun Wuxuan by his side, a peak immortal emperor. From Sun Wuxuan's disdainful expression, it was clear that Feng Jiu was far weaker than him. Of course, he didn't need to care about such a situation. Feng 9 was not angry. The current demon emperor indeed had the right to not give him face. Feng Jiu said, "I'm here to welcome immortal Emperor Wu Xian and also to discuss with the demon monarch about the heavenly god of justice." "Heavenly god of justice? What's the matter?" The demon emperor was puzzled. Could it be that Feng Jiu also believed in the heavenly law palace? "Kuan Yu is weak and can't see it, but you, as an immortal emperor, can't see it either?" Feng Jiu looked at Sun Wuxuan and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that immortal King Sun Yuan broke through in the Holy Land and comprehended many immortal scriptures, including the Phoenix immortal scripture." "I see. I thought you came for the heavenly law palace," the demon emperor said lightly. Feng Jiu shook her head. "I carefully looked at the secret key. It is condensed from divine power. Although I don't know if the heavenly law palace is real or fake, the Phoenix immortal scripture that immortal King Sun Yuan saw is real." The secret key was casually made by Jiang Chongkong. It could be called a real secret key, but there was no heavenly law palace. Just from the secret key alone, it was impossible to determine if the heavenly law palace was real or fake. "What is this heavenly law palace?" Sun Wuxuan asked. Feng Jiu was silent for a moment and didn't speak. What if this monkey believed her? The demon emperor smiled. "This heavenly law palace is completely fake. After talking with the heavenly god of justice, it is clear the demon emperor told him the truth, but he didn't mention Sun Yuan. He only said that his main body and the divine court worked together to capture the demon master alive and lure his main body out." Feng Jiu's face twitched. Sun Wuxuan slapped his thigh as if he just found out. "This silly bird is a disgrace to the Kunpeng." Then the demon emperor looked at Feng Jiu. "Immortal Emperor Feng Jiu wants the Phoenix immortal scripture. This is a bit difficult. After all, the Phoenix divine spear has attracted his attention. Demon Emperor, we are both monsters. If you help me, Feng Jiu will not refuse in the future." Feng Jiu said solemnly. I really don't need you in the future, Sun Wuxuan said without hesitation. Sit down and have a drink. If there is anything, we can talk about it later. The Demon Emperor added more seats to the banquet. Everyone at the banquet was from Mount Huagua and the godly kings he had subdued. These people were only temporarily subdued, and he didn't have full control over them yet. If he said some things, the news would probably spread. The banquet lasted for half a day before everyone left. The Demon Emperor, Sun Wuxuan, and the other monkeys of Mount Huagua entered the divine palace. Feng Jiu also followed. The Demon Emperor looked at him and said, The Phoenix Immortal Scripture is incomplete. It is only at the Immortal King level. When he became an Immortal Emperor, the Holy Land would have Immortal Emperor level content and enlightenment. Feng Jiu was able to become an Immortal Emperor. Her cultivation method should be the Phoenix Immortal Scripture, but it was also incomplete. Feng Jiu was a bit disappointed. She frowned. Jiang Changkong doesn't have the complete Phoenix Immortal Scripture. The Demon Emperor thought about it and didn't say anything definite. Not for now. I don't know about it in the future. I want to go to the Holy Land and see the incomplete Phoenix Immortal Scripture, Feng Jiu said. I'm afraid the divine court won't let you go. I can talk to the heavenly god of justice, the Demon Emperor said. Although Feng Jiu might not care about Jiang Changkong, the Holy Land was still nurturing powerful cultivators for the divine court. It could be considered part of the divine court's business. If Feng Jiu wanted to touch him, it would be quite troublesome. Feng Jiu pondered for a moment. Can you pass it to me? The Demon Emperor smiled. What can Immortal Emperor Feng Jiu give me? I'm only making a deal with the heavenly god of justice. You can't let me use my own things to make a deal. I wonder if the Demon Emperor is interested in the underworld. Feng Jiu said in a deep voice, Right now, they're all fighting for the method to open the underworld. The underworld? The Demon Emperor showed an interested expression. Sun Wuxuan said, There is a sky hidden in the underworld. Right now, the 4 major forces are all searching for the underworld. The Demon Court has been hiding this information from Huagua Mountain. Feng Jiu, what do you mean by that? Betraying the Demon Court and planning to join the Demon Emperor? As a member of the demon race, the Demon Emperor is loyal to the Demon Court. Why would Immortal Emperor Wuxuan say that? Feng Jiu frowned slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. The monkeys of Huagua Mountain were indeed unruly. They drew a clear line between the two sides. Sun Wuxuan sneered. Who could draw a clear line? When did the Demon Court really treat Donghuang Chanyue as the Demon Emperor? Feng Jiu said again. The Demon Court has completely accepted the Demon Emperor. In less than 3 days, the Demon Emperor's oracle will arrive. At that time, the Demon Emperor will also fight for the method to open the underworld. Chapter 655. The Monster Court and the Monster Emperor had also decided to recognize him as the Monster Emperor. In the future, he would truly be above 10,000 monsters and below only 1 monster. Even facing the Monster Emperor, he could call him brother. The method to open the underworld had already been figured out. The 4 factions couldn't start a war now and fight for the method to open the underworld. They decided to fight for the method to open the underworld with their own means. The person who opened the underworld would have the priority to enter the underworld. The other 3 factions would have to give up 3 days. If they could find the heavenly Tao fragment within 3 days and awaken the awakened heavenly Tao, the benefits would belong to the faction. If they couldn't find the heavenly Tao fragment within 3 days and awaken the sleeping heavenly Tao, the other 3 factions would attack. Where is the method to open the underworld now? The Monster Emperor asked. In an Immortal Emperor ruin, discovered by the Immortal Court, Feng Jiu said. That Immortal Court, Immortal King, didn't hide the news and spread it. Immortal Court, Immortal King? He didn't hide the news? The Monster Emperor was shocked. What about that Immortal King? He was killed by the Immortal Court, Feng Jiu said calmly. Not everyone is Heavenly Justice God Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong was very strong and couldn't find an opponent at the same cultivation level, let alone the other immortal kings. If they dared to betray him, they would have to pay the price. I'm curious why the Heavenly Court didn't send an immortal emperor to kill Jiang Changkong. The monster emperor was confused. Jiang Changkong already has the power to challenge normal immortal emperors. If he continues to grow, it will be difficult to suppress him. I'm not sure either. I wanted to attack, but was stopped by the monster emperor. Feng Jiu shook her head. The monster emperor fell into deep thought. He hadn't seen the monster emperor stop the immortal emperor from attacking his main body. The Heavenly Arch didn't send an immortal emperor after the Heavenly Court either. After Heavenly Monarch Zi Wei failed, he didn't chase after him anymore. This wasn't normal. Could it be that there was a force protecting his main body? He didn't think so. The strongest forces in the Heaven Realm were the 4 factions. His main body had already offended most of them. Demon Sovereign, let's ask about the Phoenix, Celestial Scripture. Feng 9 sounded a little anxious. If you need anything in the future, I will definitely not decline. 2 days later, I will give you the answer. The Demon Emperor waved his hand. Then, I'll have to trouble Demon Emperor. Although Feng Jiu wanted it now, she knew that it couldn't be rushed, so she could only leave. Sun Wuxuan's eyes flashed. After Feng Jiu left, he said, Jiang Changkong is still alive. Perhaps the heavens don't allow it. Heaven. The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, the Heavenly Emperor and the others should be able to withstand the backlash. The Heavenly Emperor had personally given the order to kill them. As the Heavenly Tao recovers, the power of the heavens will become stronger and stronger, and the backlash will also become more terrifying. Sun Wuxuan explained, of course, I'm just guessing. Back then, our ancestor made such a big fuss. How could the Jade Emperor not want to kill him? The Demon Sovereign fell into silence. He would only know the answer in the future. His main body didn't find any chaotic divine stones. Instead, he encountered some rogue god kings who had committed heinous crimes. He directly enforced the law and obtained resources. The divine planets sped up and flew back. Jiang Changkong stood on one of them, digesting the information his secondary body had received. The underworld was finally going to open. He didn't know if Mother Ghost Mother, the Netherworld Dragon, and the others were still alive after their ascension. The divine planets under his feet emitted dazzling light. Ethereal celestial chi appeared, and a figure condensed. You are? Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows. There was no information on the heavenly book. Someone had concealed the heavenly secrets completely. Heavenly God of Justice, I'm also here to make a deal with you, the figure said lightly. Jiang Changkong looked at the figure. His face was blurry, and his body was completely condensed by celestial power. It wasn't his main body. What deal? Jiang Changkong asked lightly. The method to open the underworld is being fought over by the 4 major forces. Are you interested? The figure said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong frowned. The method to open the underworld? If there are 4 major forces, why are you looking for me? I just want to get something from you, the figure said lightly. If you're interested, we can make this deal. I have a way to send you in. What do you want? Jiang Changkong thought. He didn't seem to have anything on him that was worth the other party's attention. The figure said in a low voice, the divine artifact's origin. Jiang Changkong's pupils contracted. He had never taken out the divine artifact's origin. Why was he being targeted? He had only used it in Immortal Emperor Qing Feng's Chaos Beast lair, but no one knew about it. Could it be because he had given them the fragment of the monster race's supreme treasure? I only have the fragment of the Bell of Chaos. I've already given it to the Monster King, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The figure didn't say anything. He stared at him as if he wanted to see through him, as if he was confirming whether he was telling the truth. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. He wasn't afraid of the figure's prying eyes. After a long time, the figure said, "Since that's the case, I only want a wisp of immortal tidal aura. How about it?" Immortal tidal aura? It's that simple? Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. "I'm only here to make a deal. Heavenly God of Justice. Do you think this deal is worth it?" The figure said calmly, "I can do it, but I can also not do it. With my strength, even if I obtain the method to open it, it's useless." Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "Add more chips. Also, I need to know who I'm making this deal with. You can call me Celestial Spirit. I can't have too many chips. It's just a wisp of immortal tidal aura." The figure said indifferently, 3,000 peak 6th grade immortal stones. 3,000 peak 6th grade immortal stones? 1,200,000? Jiang Chongkong's brows twitched. He didn't expect this person to be so generous. It's still not enough. Also, why do you want the immortal tidal aura? I'm just curious, Celestial Spirit said indifferently. Jiang Chongkong sneered. Do you believe that yourself? Just because you're curious, you want to take out 3,000 peak 6th grade immortal stones? Your curiosity is really expensive. If the Heavenly God of Justice isn't willing to make this deal, then I'll have to find someone else. Celestial Spirit was about to leave after saying that. Wait, add a little more and I'll agree to this deal, Jiang Chongkong said hurriedly. He still couldn't give up on the 1,200,000 essences. There was still a huge gap for him to become an immortal emperor. He had to think of a way to obtain more essences. Celestial Spirit stopped and didn't bargain with him. It was very determined. It wasn't even willing to add one more piece. Jiang Chongkong had no choice but to agree. A crack appeared in the void, and 3,000 peak 6th grade immortal stones flew out and landed beside him. Immortal Emperor. Behind this celestial spirit was an immortal emperor. He separated a wisp of immortal tidal aura and gave it to Celestial Spirit. Then he watched as it disappeared with the immortal tidal aura. Jiang Chongkong accepted the immortal stones and extracted the essences. When he entered the netherworld, Celestial Spirit would bring him in. To be able to bring him into the ruins without being detected by the 4 major factions. Was it a new faction or one of them? Was it the Divine Court or the Celestial Court? The Heavenly Court definitely wouldn't let him in. The Demon Court wouldn't either. They wanted to open the netherworld themselves. I'll take it one step at a time. If I want to improve rapidly and become a sage, I still have to attack the 4 major factions. Jiang Chongkong didn't think too much about it. Whatever schemes these people had, it wasn't something he should worry about. When the time came, he would tell the Demon Court through his secondary body and let them investigate.